Chapter 4962. Lin Ling did not use his trump card because he sensed that something was amiss. Lin Ling, you're here. Great Emperor Xuanxu was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Ling happily and said, "Let's work together and eliminate them." However, Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Great Emperor Jun. From the latter's eyes, he could sense a sense of fear and helplessness. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Everyone, retreat immediately. Leave the valley. Lin Ling couldn't care less anymore as he roared. All the gods were stunned and they frowned. Great Monarch Xuanxu's expression changed drastically. Now that Lin Ling was here, they had taken the initiative. It was possible that they could kill Emperor Shun and Great Emperor Jun. Why should they retreat? This was an excellent opportunity that he had missed. Lin Ling. In the distance, Great Emperor Xuanxu looked at Lin Ling. Even Lei Gong and the rest did not understand Lin Ling's intention. Retreat. Lin Ling was getting more and more uneasy. He shouted anxiously. If he was alone, he would have left by now. Unfortunately, Lei Gong and the rest were here. He could not escape alone. Haha, as expected of Lin Ling. His sense of danger is much better than Great Emperor Xuanxu's. Suddenly, Emperor Shun laughed loudly. She floated in the sky with her hands on her hips and laughed excitedly. That's right. You've been tricked. Emperor Shun finished laughing and looked coldly at the crowd. Finally, her gaze fell on Great Emperor Jun. Great Emperor Jun, you tell them. Great Emperor Jun looked troubled and sighed. Sigh, I was forced to do this. There are only two reasons why I tricked you here. One is Lin Ling and the other is the Yellow Emperor. However, it was not me or Emperor Shun who attacked you. It was the rotten race. People. Rotten race? Great Emperor Xuanxu's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura spread out. The rotten race was the murderer of the Dragon Valley's Lord Dragon God. They actually wanted to attack him and the Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling, there's someone looking for you. It's someone you can't imagine. Emperor Shun said again. Her eyes were cold and full of expectation. Go. Lin Ling was not interested in knowing who it was. He was not worried about himself, but he was worried about Yu and everyone else. Too slow. But at this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. He was wearing a black cloak and looked extremely mysterious. When Lin Ling and the others looked over, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face full of rotten flesh. There were worms crawling on his face. It was incomparably disgusting. Emperor Yao. After seeing that person, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling was shocked. That was because he had clearly sensed that Emperor Yao was dead. Why did he appear again? Moreover, he looked neither like a human nor a ghost. Ha, Lin Ling, are you surprised? You didn't expect me to still be alive. Emperor Yao touched his face and laughed sinisterly. It's you who caused me to become like this. But you don't have to be afraid because you will also become like this very soon. Hearing this, Lin Ling guessed. Could it be that the rotten race had resurrected Emperor Yao? But why would the rotten race target him? He did not believe that Emperor Yao alone could persuade the rotten race. The rotten race would not make such a big move for Emperor Yao. Rumble. Puff, puff. At this moment, a deafening sound finally rang out. The valley shook, and a large amount of black mud suddenly appeared on the ground. Moreover, outside the valley, the originally hard rocks had also turned into mud. Not good, we are not on ordinary mud. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock as he shouted to everyone. He finally knew why there were no rotten rocks falling down. It turned out that they were on a hot spring. This is the rotten race's swamp. Great Emperor Xuanxu and the others stared at their feet and all of them panicked. They had heard of the rotten race's swamp before. It was said that it could corrupt any god. Any god that fell into the swamp would turn into a part of the swamp and become nourishment for the rotten race. All these years, the rotten race had been killing people on the second level for this very reason. Quick, run. They rushed into the sky but were immediately bounced back. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the sky above the valley had an additional layer of gray film. It looked thin but was extremely tough. Attack! Great Emperor Zhuanshu took the lead and attacked the sky above. Rumble. However, the film was like a bubble. It immediately reflected everyone's attacks, and many of them even died because of it. It's useless. This is the swamp's smelly bubble. It connects the entire swamp. Unless the swamp is destroyed, the bubble will not burst. Emperor Shun gloated when he saw Great Emperor Zhuanshu and the others panicking. Lin Ling looked outside through the bubble and saw many people wearing black cloaks beside Emperor Yao. They were looking at the valley coldly. Not bad. We can't break this bubble, but how can you get out? Lin Ling looked coldly at Emperor Shun and the others. Emperor Shun and the others were gloating when they heard this. Their expressions changed drastically. Yes, they were also trapped in the swamp. Great Emperor Jun was the most panicked. He looked at Emperor Yao in the distance and shouted, "Emperor Yao, let us out. We are on your side." However, Emperor Yao did not move. He stood there like a statue. Emperor Yao. Emperor Shun gradually realized that something was wrong. He shouted crazily and panicked. "Ha, idiot. Do you think Emperor Yao has a say in this matter? Emperor Yao is just a dog of the rotten race. The rotten race is using Emperor Yao to capture us all. You, us, and all of us will die." Lin Ling laughed when he saw Emperor Shun's reaction. Emperor Shun and Emperor Jun's faces turned ashen. They obviously thought that Lin Ling was right. "Emperor Yao, you lied to me. You said that you would let me go if I tricked the Yellow Emperor and the others." Emperor Jun shouted crazily. No wonder he looked so helpless from the beginning. He was forced to do so. "Emperor Yao, we have worked together for so many years. Please let me go. Your enemies are only Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor." Emperor Shun was still trying his best to persuade Emperor Yao to stay. However, it was useless. They were left with the cold eyes of Emperor Yao and the others. "Stop shouting. Now that you have cooperated with us, there is still a chance of survival." Lin Ling interrupted them with a cold smile. "Of course, if you want to fight, we will accompany you. After all, we will all die together in the end." "Lin Ling, I will cooperate, I will cooperate," Emperor Jun said quickly. He had betrayed the Yellow Emperor because he was threatened. Now that his life was in danger, he did not care about anything else. Moreover, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. He was so powerful that even Emperor Yao was killed by him. If he followed Lin Ling, he might be able to escape. "Emperor Shun, what about you?" Chapter 4963. Seeing that Emperor Shun was silent and his face was ashen, Lin Ling ignored him. "I agree." However, just as Lin Ling was about to turn around, the Emperor Shun finally spoke. There was a crazed look on her face, as if she didn't believe in her own choice. Her feud with Lin Ling happened on the Divine Mountain of the Dao Realm. At that time, Lin Ling had killed a large number of her immortals. She chased after him but failed. Instead, Lin Ling killed many more of her immortals. This was the greatest humiliation in her life. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, before she knew it, Lin Ling had already grown to her current height. She needed to rely on Lin Ling to survive. "Up to you." Lin Ling looked at the Emperor Shun indifferently. He knew that the latter was unwilling to give up. "Lin Ling, don't believe the Emperor Shun's words." She ignored the Emperor Shun and whispered to Lin Ling, "I don't believe her either. However, I don't plan to attack her either." Lin Ling shook his head and said, "Now, our lives are on the line. Escaping is the most important thing." "Lin Ling, do you have any ideas?" Emperor Jun looked at Lin Ling expectantly. The others stared at their feet and realized that the smelly swamp was rising higher and higher. It was about to drown them. The time left for them was estimated to be only about an hour or so. Lin Ling's face was solemn. He kept investigating and found that the swamp was extremely strange. It seemed to be floating on the ground, but the power seemed to be coming from another side. "Everyone use whatever means you know and see if you can break it." Then Lin Ling said to the crowd. Everyone nodded. After a moment of silence, they used all kinds of magical means. An old man took out a gourd and said solemnly, "My universe water gourd can absorb any water in the universe. I wonder if it can absorb this swamp." As his words fell, he poured divine essence into the water gourd. The water gourd produced a powerful suction force, aiming at the pitch-black swamp. However, after the powerful suction force was born, the swamp mud below did not move at all. It kept rolling and bubbling, and there were even many white bones that appeared and sank in from time to time. "It's useless." The old man's expression changed slightly. "Me." A middle-aged man floated out with 18 silk banners in his hand and threw them down. "My 9x9 heaven overturning God's formation can teleport to other universes. I wonder if it can teleport these swamps to other places." However, when the banner fluttered into the swamp, it gradually corroded, losing all of its divine force. It began to melt, disappearing into the swamp's mud. It was ineffective again. The pressure on everyone increased greatly. "The swamp is water. Try using my divine fire." A god with a 9th-stage divine embryo opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of flames. What was shocking was that these flames were transparent and seemed to be formed from mist, but they had the form of flames. And this kind of flame was incomparably powerful, capable of burning everything. However, after falling into the swamp, everything disappeared. Even the flames were swallowed by the swamp. Too powerful. Everyone's face turned pale. Emperor June was even more anxious. He opened his chest and released a large number of demons, intending to fill the swamp with demons. However, when the demons entered the swamp, they instantly turned into white bones. In the end, Emperor June released an incomparably huge koan that was even bigger than the valley. However, when it touched the swamp, it immediately turned into white bones and rolled along with the swamp. Lin Ling frowned at this scene. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. In the rolling swamp, he saw a familiar skeleton. It was a dragon skeleton. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and his hands clenched tightly. He knew that it was the skeleton of the dragon god from the Dragon Valley. Rotten race. For the first time, Lin Ling had the thought of exterminating this race. He wanted to exterminate this dirty ancient race in the universe. It's useless. The only way is to rely on divine force. Suddenly, Emperor Shun, who had been silent all this time, said. Everyone immediately looked at Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun explained, "Attack the swamp with the most basic attack. When the swamp's energy reaches the maximum level, the swamp will disappear. After all, the swamp actually came from the rotten god's body. It's a treasure that can corrode everything in the world and enhance one's cultivation. However, there must be a limit to the amount of energy the swamp can carry. There are so many of us here. If we all use our full strength and expend all our divine origin, we might be able to fill the swamp. Emperor Shun, what if we fail? If our divine origin is exhausted, won't we be waiting for death?" Hearing this, Emperor June immediately frowned and retorted. The others' expressions changed. Emperor June was right. In such a place, if all their energy was exhausted, they would die even faster. This is my understanding of the swamp. Believe it or not." Emperor Shun snorted. She already knew that no one would believe her. "We believe you. Why wouldn't we believe you? But since you're the one who suggested it, I think you and your people should release all your energy first." Guan Wating suddenly said. Emperor Shun's expression changed and she fell silent. "Hee, you're just trying to trick us into wasting our energy. In the end, you'll catch all of us in one fell swoop. I now suspect that you're still Emperor Yao's man and a mole." Emperor Zhuanshu also said. "That's right." Hearing this, everyone quietly took a step away from Emperor Shun. After all, if Emperor Shun was lying to them when their strength was exhausted and Emperor Shun attacked them, wouldn't he be able to take their heads in exchange for his own survival? Moreover, although Emperor Shun seemed to be trapped here, she could probably leave at any time. Her purpose was to deceive everyone. I won't be the first to test it. If my energy is exhausted, I won't be able to fight back if you want to kill me." Emperor Shun gritted her teeth and said, "Like hell we'll believe you. Don't force us to kill you. We're going to die anyway. You might as well be the first to die." "That's right," Guan Wating said one after another, her eyes full of murderous intent. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ling interrupted everyone and looked at Emperor Shun. he said calmly. I believe her. Ah, Lord Linling. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Shun looked at Linling in disbelief. Because, among everyone present, she had the biggest grudge with Linling. However, when others didn't believe her, Linling was the first to believe her? But she really couldn't understand. She felt very conflicted for a moment. Now, we've tested all the methods that we can, but none of them worked. Therefore I believe her. Linling looked at everyone and said, moreover, I don't think she's a mole. Because this is too dangerous. I can kill Emperor Shun before Emperor Yao kills us. Therefore, Emperor Shun isn't that stupid to help Emperor Yao at this time. Chapter 4964. AI. Emperor Shun sighed inwardly. He did not expect Linling's words to be so authoritative. With just a few words, he had dispelled everyone's doubts. Now, our only hope is the Yellow Emperor. Linling continued, the Yellow Emperor has broken through for a long time. If we can hold on until he arrives, he might be able to save us. But before that, we have to hold on. The Yellow Emperor. Great Emperor Zhuanshu and the others' eyes lit up. If the Yellow Emperor succeeded in breaking through and arrived here, he might really be able to save them. After all, the Yellow Emperor was one of the strongest among the king-level universe gods. After breaking through to the saint level, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Linling, even if what she said is correct, who will be the first to make a move? Disregarded Heartless suddenly said. Although he believed in Emperor Shun, he was still cautious. Why don't we let Emperor Shun make the first move? The others also looked at Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. She did not trust Great Emperor Zhuanshu and the others. After all, what if these people made a move on her when she was exhausted? How could she block them? Let me do it. But at this moment, Linling was the first to step forward. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Linling, no, Disregarded Heartless said immediately. You are our backbone now. If you release all your strength, what will happen if others attack you? That's right, that's right. Without you, we will lack confidence. Great Emperor Zhuanshu also spoke. Of course, his words were not sincere. Obviously, for self-preservation, he wanted Linling to test first. Sir Linling, Lei Gong, Senki, and the others did not agree with Linling's choice. It's fine. In any case, if I fail, I won't be able to escape death. At a time like this, it's useless to think too much. However, Linling smiled casually and glanced at the Emperor Shun. The Emperor Shun lowered her head and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. I'm making my move. Linling no longer paid any attention to the other party. He shot downwards and activated talent fusion. Tyrannical song slashed towards the swamp. Rumble. With this slash, the motionless swamp began to ripple, absorbing a massive amount of Linling's power of divinity and bodily strength. What a powerful swamp! Linling was shocked. After all, if his previous slash had been placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would have easily shattered the void of the 9 prefectures. However, this insignificant swamp was actually safe and sound. Again, Linling released all of his divine power and slashed out crazily. Linling is obviously just a higher god, but when he uses his techniques, he's actually comparable to a giant god of the universe. Everyone stared at Linling's full power and was shocked beyond words. Many people were secretly in awe of Linling. After all, to display one's full power in front of others was no different from revealing one's secret. How could an ordinary person do this? Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. At the same time that Linling activated his godly power, his soul power transformed into 3 universes and shot out. Rumble. The swamp mud soared into the sky and splashed onto the air bubble in the sky, withstanding the powerful attack. However, it also absorbed all of Linling's attack. Outside the air bubble, Emperor Yao witnessed Linling's explosive power. His expression changed slightly as he was shocked by Linling's strength. This Linling is quite capable. He actually discovered the secret of the swamp decay pond. Unfortunately, with his strength, it's impossible for him to complete the swamp decay pond. The cloaked figures at the side said indifferently, "It's indeed effective." At this moment, after Lin Ling released his soul power, he felt exhausted. However, he clearly sensed that the swamp mud did not submerge him. Although it did not sink, it meant that Emperor Shun was right. Look! The others also made discoveries one after another, and they were all overjoyed. Unfortunately, it's only submerged. This means that Lin Ling's explosive power is very weak. Emperor Zhuanshu shook his head. "Lord Lin Ling, come back. It's our turn." At this moment, Saint Yi was worried about Lin Ling and suddenly shouted. However, Lin Ling did not retreat. He transformed into a giant and stepped on the swamp mud with his fists smashing down. Rumble! The entire swamp was overturned as mud splattered everywhere and a huge whirlpool appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This included Emperor Yao and the others, because they sensed that after Lin Ling transformed into a giant, his strength was extremely terrifying. Damn it, he is stronger than before. It must be the effect of the bloodstained Tai Sui. Emperor Yao was so angry that his body trembled. Now that he had to fight with Lin Ling, he did not even have 10% confidence. However, he quickly relaxed. Although Lin Ling had become stronger, he was still not a match for the rotten race. Rumble! Lin Ling continued to release his fists as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The swamp mud below began to sink and absorbed a large amount of Lin Ling's strength. A portion of the swamp rushed towards the rotten race. After an incense stick's time, Lin Ling began to weaken. "Lin Ling, come back." Lei Gong and the others looked down and shouted anxiously. They could clearly sense that Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as before. Emperor Yao's eyes began to flicker with killing intent. However, she hesitated. She knew that this was the best time to kill Lin Ling. However, there was a voice in her heart that stopped her. Perhaps it was because if she killed Lin Ling, she might not be able to live. Or perhaps it was because Lin Ling trusted her, so she wanted to make peace with Lin Ling. Finally, she sighed and shook her head. "It seems that I have lost. I have to admit that Lin Ling is a god more powerful than me. I can only submit to him." As soon as these words fell, Lin Ling, who was above the swamp mud, felt that the world will in his body was crazily increasing. This made him a little astonished. Of course, he did not think too much about it. In fact, he did not know that because he was the first to sacrifice himself and believed in the Emperor Yao, it caused the Emperor Yao and her people to have more faith and worship in Lin Ling. Pangu's finger. Lin Ling used his final trump card and fiercely pointed at the ground. A huge finger appeared, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if it was sealing off the entire swamp. What method is this? At this moment, the expressions of the rotten race people in the distance changed greatly. Even if they were far away, they could still feel the terror of this killing move. At this moment, they rejoiced that they knew that attacking Lin Ling was the right choice. Emperor Yao's body trembled as if he had encountered a nightmare. This was because it was this finger that had erased his former self. "Emperor Yao, you don't have to worry. Lin Ling will soon belong to us." Beside him, a rotten race god comforted him. Rumble! The huge finger erased the swamp, and the entire swamp seemed to explode. Chapter 4965. Rumble! The gigantic finger brought with it an ancient wind, as if it could pierce through mountains and rivers, as it smashed down towards the ground. It did not seem fast, but those facing it knew that no one could escape once they were locked on by the huge finger. Lin Ling is so much stronger than I expected. Among us ancient emperors, perhaps only old brother Yellow Emperor would be able to withstand that. Zhuanshu Great Emperor laughed bitterly. He had thought that he would be able to fight Lin Ling to a draw. But now he knew that he had been overthinking. Rumble! The huge finger sealed the ground, and the huge valley continued to tremble, as though it was about to collapse. And the swamp beneath the ground was churning with waves. It was as though the swamp had turned into a demon, and knew how terrifying the huge finger was. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. But everyone held their breaths. They stared at the swamp as though it was a cosmic explosion. It wasn't until his fingers touched the swamp that the swamp finally exploded. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. The swamp water not only did not float up, but actually started to sink. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They were shocked by the power of that finger. Rumble. Time passed quietly. After the huge fingers sealed the swamp water dwindled, and one could even see the immortal bones in the swamp. At this moment, Emperor Yao and the others were extremely nervous. However, the power of Lin Ling's Pangu's finger was weakening. Lin Ling sighed softly. This swamp was too powerful. It was definitely connected to the rotten immortal's body. Rumble. The shockwaves gradually dissipated, and the terrifying power swept in all directions. A pity that the valley was still not broken. Instead, Lin Ling fell weakly from the sky. Lin Ling! Sir! Everyone shouted. If Lin Ling was allowed to fall, he would fall into the swamp. Although there was very little water left in the swamp, no one could guarantee that nothing would happen after they fell into the swamp. Xuanxu and Lei Gong rushed towards Lin Ling. However, there was a figure that was even faster. In an instant, he passed by Thunder God and the others and flew towards Lin Ling. Emperor Shun, you dare? Xuanxu's expression changed when he saw who it was. Lin Ling and the Emperor Shun had a grudge, and Lin Ling was the first to sacrifice himself for everyone. Emperor Shun actually wanted to kill him. Given Lin Ling's current strength, he could not withstand Emperor Shun's attack. Do you all take me for a fool? Even if I have a grudge against Lin Ling, I will not attack him. Because I don't want to die. However, Emperor Shun said coldly. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Ling's hand. Although Lin Ling was weak, he was not unconscious. Seeing that the Emperor Shun had helped him, he could not help but smile. You go and rest. I will be the second to attack. Emperor Shun looked deeply at Lin Ling. With a pull of his arm, Lin Ling floated towards Xuanxu and the others. His actions shocked everyone. After Lei Gong caught Lin Ling, he looked deeply at Emperor Shun and smiled. Looks like another person who has been defeated by Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Shun transformed into a demon snake and attacked the swamp crazily. Under Lin Ling's attack, the swamp had sunk to the bottom of the valley. However, after Lin Ling left, it began to rise again, but at a much slower speed. At this speed, it would take 3 incense sticks worth of time to submerge everyone. This undoubtedly bought a lot of time for everyone. Rumble. After Emperor Shun attacked, he did not hold back. He used all kinds of powerful techniques. Behind him, a large number of underground demons rushed out and fearlessly rushed towards the swamp to resist the power of the decaying deity. With Emperor Shun's help, the swamp stopped rising and began to sink again. After 5 minutes, Emperor Shun's strength was exhausted. He did not even have the strength to fly and fell from the sky. However, at this moment, a figure appeared and saved him. It was Longyang. You go and rest. We'll do it. Longyang coldly said to Emperor Shun. After throwing Emperor Shun far away, she, Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and the rest erupted with the power of the world's will and attacked the swamp. The swamp sank again. Outside the valley, the cloaked people of the decaying race were shocked. They could see that Longyang and the rest were using the power of the world's will. They were all overjoyed. They did not expect to capture so many worlds will hosts this time. After a while, Longyang and the rest retreated from the valley. Next, it was Emperor Xuanxu and the rest's turn. They held on for another 5 minutes. Emperor Jun and the rest followed suit. Everyone did not hold back at all. Perhaps because Lin Ling was the first to sacrifice himself, they all trusted each other at this moment. Moreover, they knew that if they held back or attacked others at this time, they would incur the wrath of the masses. Rumble. Everyone took turns to attack, constantly suppressing the swamp. The swamp continued to sink. Unfortunately, even if everyone used up all their strength, the swamp still did not reach its maximum. Lin Ling attacked again. Although he had only recovered a portion of his strength, he still used all his strength. The swamp was once again held by him for a certain amount of time. Next, those who had recovered their strength took turns to attack. Unknowingly, they had managed to hold on for an hour. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Outside the valley, the cloaked people of the decaying race could not help but clap. He said, This is the first time I've seen someone able to hold on for an hour under the decaying God's great universe. It's really praiseworthy. Indeed, it has opened my eyes. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen them so united. They have abandoned their selfishness. Emperor Yao also smiled and nodded as if he was watching a good show. Unfortunately, it's useless. They will still die in the end. The cloaked people beside him shook their heads. Looking back at the valley, everyone was weak and powerless. They could not use any moves. They supported each other and relied on their divine energy to prevent themselves from falling into the swamp. The swamp had already reached the bottom of the valley, but after no one attacked, it floated up again. Sigh, we still can't win in the end? Emperor Zhuanshu sighed. His eyes were filled with decadence. Perhaps this is fate. Emperor Shun shook his head and said, after resisting again and again, they still could not stop the swamp. Their willpower was gradually being destroyed. Some of the weaker gods had completely given up. They believed that the universe wanted to destroy them. They could not stop the great universe's laws. It's getting closer. Lei Gong and the rest supported each other and smiled bitterly. Everyone, do you still have strength? Chapter 4966. Who would have thought that after reincarnating I didn't die in the hands of the world's consciousness, nor in the hands of the enemy, but in such a filthy place? Sigh. An old man let out a long sigh and simply closed his eyes, waiting for his death to come. Yellow Emperor. They prayed nonstop, hoping that the Yellow Emperor would arrive at the last moment and save them all. Unfortunately, this sort of hope had come to nothing in the end. Because the swamp was only a step away from them. All of them had climbed to the highest point, their heads almost touching the air bubbles, but it was still useless. That feeling was like seeing water slowly creeping up, and they could drown at any time. Master Lei Gong, let me down. But, just as everyone thought that they were going to die, suddenly, a cold voice floated over. It was Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. One must know, this time, Lin Ling had done the most to stop the swamp, and he was also the one who bought the most time for everyone. He was already tired, everyone saw that. Now, what else did Lin Ling want to do? Lin Ling. Lei Gong frowned. Let me down. Lin Ling said firmly. You don't even have the strength to fly now. If I let you down, won't you die even faster? Lei Gong shook his head. Quick, or we'll all die. Lin Ling didn't explain, because he didn't have the strength to explain. He never thought that, after breaking through, this would be the first time he encountered such an exhausting situation. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling for many years. All right. Lei Gong knew Lin Ling's stubbornness, so he let go of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to sink into the swamp. Lei Gong. They immediately shouted anxiously, if they let Lin Ling go now, wouldn't that be killing Lin Ling? However, Lei Gong laughed bitterly. He had no choice. In reality, Lin Ling really did want to die because he had a feeling that at the moment of death, he would be able to use a powerful force. Sure enough, when he fell into the swamp, a powerful corrosive force surged over, wanting to corrode him completely. However, at this moment, the originally empty Dantian gave birth to a powerful force out of nowhere. This force actually came from the soul. So strong. The originally weak Lin Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand, a sword that flickered with white light. Back off. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and suddenly chopped down. Rumble. The power of this sword was actually not much weaker than Panga's finger. In fact, it even showed signs of being slightly stronger. At this moment, above the swamp, everyone was sighing. They had personally witnessed Lin Ling being submerged by the swamp. He was probably already dead. However, they did not go to save Lin Ling, nor did they shout. Perhaps in their opinion, it was their turn next. Death was the final outcome. However, at this moment, the swamp exploded and sank crazily. Gradually, the figure of the young man was revealed. He floated weakly in midair, holding a white sword in his hand. He was like a giant who came from the heavens and earth. The power of the world's will. Lei Gong and the rest gasped. That's right. Lin Ling's final force was the power of faith. Now, Lin Ling's power of faith was several times stronger than before. In addition to the previous life and death calamity, he could finally control the power of the world's will. This is the first time I've seen Lin Ling use the power of the world's will. Great Emperor Xuanxu, Great Emperor Jun, and the rest were shocked. It was an eye-opener. As for Emperor Shun, this was not the first time they had seen him ignore everything. They had seen it during the Battle of the Misty Sea. At that time, Lin Ling had killed 2 giant gods of the universe with a single sword. Of course, in their opinion, this sword was 100 times stronger than before. What kind of power is Lin Ling's world's will? Even Emperor Yao, who was outside the valley, had a solemn expression. The dozen or so rotten race members frowned and remained silent. They were even more eager to capture Lin Ling. My lord! At this moment, Saint Guy rushed over and supported Lin Ling before flying back to everyone. Everyone, I've done my best. Lin Ling looked weakly at everyone. Lin Ling, you've repelled the swamp several times. This time, you've bought us 3 incense sticks worth of time. Emperor Shun said apologetically. Now, the grudge between her and Lin Ling had finally dissipated. Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. Moreover, we've given up previously. We didn't expect you to still be fighting. This makes us feel ashamed. Emperor Xuanxu and Saint Guy were also apologetic. Now that Lin Ling's sword had slashed the swamp to the bottom of the valley, it would take at least 3 incense sticks worth of time to reach the bottom. Although it was a short time, it was still the hope of survival for everyone. The last 3 incense sticks worth of time. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Time passed quietly and the swamp was once again reaching the top. This time, no one could stop it. However, no one was dispirited anymore. They were still filled with fighting spirit. Even if they were to die, they would die standing. The Yellow Emperor is here. At this moment, a loud roar came from afar, shocking everyone. Tears welled up in Emperor Shun's eyes. They had been constantly informing the Yellow Emperor. Although they didn't know if the Yellow Emperor could hear them, they were still fighting. And now, the Yellow Emperor was finally here. They fought with all their might and didn't give up at all. In the end, they managed to hold on until the Yellow Emperor arrived. The Yellow Emperor. At the same time, Emperor Yao's expression changed drastically. The cloaked figures snorted, "You've come at the right time. What's the use of regretting it?" Rumble. In the sky, a surging river suddenly appeared and rushed towards the valley. With a boom, the bubble in the valley instantly burst open, and the people trapped inside were all released. What? The previously confident decaying god's expression changed drastically. Impossible. With the Yellow Emperor's strength, how could he break through the swamp? The Yellow Emperor! Lin Ling and the others rushed out of the valley, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, they all felt that the air outside was so light, so comfortable, and there was no stench at all. Moreover, they had lived for tens of millions of years, but the short 2 hours felt like tens of thousands of years to them. Sorry, Lin Ling, I'm late. On the rolling river, an old man arrived majestically. It's better to be late than never. Lin Ling looked up at the old man and smiled. Ha, thank you for leading them to hold on for so long. Leave the rest to this old man. The Yellow Emperor laughed loudly. With a frown, the river beneath his feet rushed into the valley, smashing the valley into pieces. Without a doubt, the Yellow Emperor's strength had greatly increased. The Saint Universe God. So powerful. The Yellow Emperor is no longer the same as before. Retreat. The eyes of those from the decaying race flashed as they planned to leave. Chapter 4967. My people almost died in your hands, and now you want to leave? Yellow Emperor's voice was like the wrath of the heavens. Yellow Emperor, do you know who we are? Do you know that compared to us in your era, you are like an ant? You dare attack the rotten race? Seeing Yellow Emperor's killing intent, the rotten race people shouted angrily. The rotten race was the most ancient race of the universe. They had witnessed the great changes of the universe, the great era. In their eyes, only the ancient race of the universe was noble. The rest were not worth mentioning. Yellow Emperor was like a slave they kept in captivity, a wild horse. Cut the crap! Yellow Emperor roared. Powerful godly power erupted, turning into a surging river that surrounded the rotten race people. However, the rotten race people were not afraid. They stood with their hands behind their back. You really decided to do this? One of the gods took off his cloak, revealing a face full of rotten flesh and bugs. Die! Yellow Emperor was furious. The terrifying river water seemed to wash away all the filth in the world as it rushed towards that god. Yellow Emperor, remember your choice. Rumble. That god was smashed to pieces, but he still looked incomparably calm. My people have followed me since the ancient era. What qualifications do you ancient races have to touch them? Yellow Emperor controlled the river and swept away the remaining rotten race gods. Several more were killed by Yellow Emperor. Now, Yellow Emperor's strength had increased by several times. He was incomparably powerful. The remaining few rotten gods stood in the center of the river. They looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others coldly. Emperor Yao, you didn't expect that after reviving, you would still lose. At this time, a weak voice floated over. Lin Ling was being supported by Saint Guyi as he looked indifferently at Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao did not move, but bugs kept jumping off his face. It was obvious that he was furious, because he did not expect things to turn out like this. As far as he was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die today. However, Lin Ling was lucky and survived. At the crucial moment, Yellow Emperor had successfully broken through. No one had died. Instead, their strength had increased tremendously. Emperor Yao, on the other hand, had become neither human nor ghost. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. The thousands of words in Emperor Yao's heart finally turned into this one sentence. Do people like you only have these words to say before you die? Lin Ling sneered and said with a sarcastic expression. At this time, one of the rotten gods coldly said, You guys are really a bunch of ants. You think you can win everything with a momentary victory. You don't know that you are already dead. Let me tell you something. We will not die. Rotten. God has sent people here. With that, Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed. He suddenly turned around and saw 3 bubbles floating out of the destroyed valley. The bubbles were filled with a foul stench. Then they slowly melted and 3 figures slowly walked out. The 3 of them were dressed in long black robes, and their bodies reeked of a foul stench. The moment they appeared, the entire world seemed to have become stinky, and their strength was even more unfathomable. It was as if their strength could corrode the entire universe. The most terrifying thing was that they were clearly from the Dao Tower, but they were able to pass through the Dao Tower. Clearly, this was the doing of the rotten gods. Rumble. At the same time, a 1,000-mile large rotten rock appeared above their heads and smashed down. Because the valley had been destroyed, the hot spring area was no longer formed, so the rotten rock appeared. And a 1,000-mile large rotten rock meant that the person who came was too strong. The rotten rock formed was incomparably terrifying. However, the person standing in the middle stretched out his hand. An ink-colored universe spat out from his palm, as if it was sprinkling ink and enveloped the sky. In the blink of an eye, the rotten rock falling from the sky became incomparably black. Although it continued to fall, it turned into nothingness when it landed on the 3 people's heads. Only a large lump of foul ink was left rolling. Chi-chi-chi. Emperor Zhuanshu and the others all sucked in a cold breath. This person had actually broken through the rotten rock. One had to know that ever since they came to the 2nd level, they had never seen a deity who could only face the rotten rock head-on. Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed and he whispered, One of these 3 is a Saint Universe giant god, and the other 2 are kings. They are very strong. Everyone be careful. The pressure on them immediately increased. Previously, they had exhausted too much of their strength, and now they had not recovered. It would be hard for them to stop these 3. Yellow Emperor, you killed a member of the rotten race. At this time, the deity standing in the middle slowly removed his cloak. What was shocking was that there was no foul flesh on his face, nor were there any bugs. Instead, it was a gray color. This was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. You rotten race people are killing people everywhere. Why don't you say that only you are allowed to kill, and others are not allowed to kill you? Yellow Emperor said indifferently, trying to buy time for Lin Ling and the others. We kill people because they are too weak, the old man said indifferently. Leaving them alive is a waste of the universe's resources. Since that is the case, we might as well help others and leave behind stronger deities. I know you are stalling for time, but what's the use? Even if they recover their strength, they are still not our match. Ha! Hearing this, Yellow Emperor laughed loudly. Waste the universe's resources. The Solar God race, the One Fong race, the Desolate Ancient Dragon Alliance, the Underworld Deity Tribe, the Godly Ox race, the number 1 Toad race in the universe, and so on. You rotten race people, why don't you attack them? Yellow Emperor, I saw that your strength had increased greatly. I originally wanted to give you a chance to meet the rotten god, but you didn't want it. The old man said with narrowed eyes. Why waste time talking with them? Just kill them all. I heard that there are several world will hosts here. Leave them alive and kill the others. The two standing beside him shook their heads. They were king-level universe gods, but they were much more powerful than ordinary universe gods. Lin Ling sensed a total of 100 billion units of godly energy from them. The rotten race was indeed terrifying. But the old man nodded and looked at Emperor Yao and the others. Wait a moment. We will save you. After saying this, he transformed into a huge pool of ink and charged at Yellow Emperor. His godly energy was even more terrifying, reaching 200 billion units. The difference between king-level and saint-level was that saint-level deities had double, triple, or quadruple the godly energy. King-level deities had a base of 10 billion units of godly energy, but they could still increase it, albeit at a very slow rate. It was not comparable to saint-level deities. As for the other two, they also had 100 billion units of godly energy. From this, one could see how powerful they were. On Lin Ling's side, most of them only had 20 to 30 billion units of godly energy. The strongest, Emperor Xuanxu, only had 80 billion units. The three joined forces to attack Yellow Emperor. As they saw it, Yellow Emperor was a formidable opponent. The others were just chickens and pottery dogs. Chapter 4968. This meant that after the Yellow Emperor broke through, his godly power had doubled. Moreover, this was because he had just broken through. If he was given more time, his godly power would increase even more. As expected of the Yellow Emperor. The old man's expression changed slightly. He had broken through several 100 million years ago, yet he only had 200 billion. However, the Yellow Emperor had caught up to him right after breaking through. This showed the difference between the two sides. Black Desolate Old Ancestor will help you. The two universe gods beside him shouted, forming 400 billion godly power to drown out the Yellow Emperor. They cultivated the same power at the same time, and when they fused together, they were much stronger than other gods working together. Yellow Emperor. Everyone was anxious. They knew that if the Yellow Emperor was defeated, all of them would die. The ancient races of the universe are blessed by the heavens. They are much stronger than us gods. Yes, we came from the desolate era, the ancient era, and the era of gods. They came from the primordial era when the universe was first formed. Stop talking nonsense, quickly recover your strength. After a moment of anxiety, everyone entered seclusion, using their treasures to quickly recover their strength. Warring states opened Desolate River. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor shouted. His godly power clashed with the three gods, and he was instantly at a disadvantage. However, at the crucial moment, he activated his own great universe. His great universe was incomparably powerful, forming a majestic land in the sky. The mother river churned, nourishing all life under the heavens. Countless primitive people were farming, but after seeing the battle, they all raised their weapons to help. Two realms great universe. Seeing the arrival of the great universe, the strongest of the rotten race elders' expression changed as he sensed the might of the Yellow Emperor's great universe. A great universe could change the laws, creating heaven and earth from nothing. Generally speaking, the stronger the universe, the more help it would provide. For example, the Yellow Emperor's Two Realms Great Universe could resist some Tao Realm Great Universes. By changing the laws of Tao Realm Great Universes, the Yellow Emperor's 200 billion godly power doubled or even more. According to legend, the Nine Realms Great Universe could resist 70% of Tao Realm Great Universes. There was nothing in the Tao realm that couldn't be done. Two Realms Great Universe. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had seen many gods with great universes, but most of them were unformed ones. Lin Ling felt that the Yellow Emperor's great universe was more powerful than his Lin Ling universe. Hong Long Long. The rotten world seemed to crumble. At the same time, large amounts of rotten rocks in the sky. In the distance, a large number of gods were also watching the battle. All of them were pale with fright. This was the first time they had seen so many rotten rocks falling down. That's the head of the 5 emperors, Yellow Emperor. They whispered to each other. It was hard for them to imagine if there were still gods who could only live in the world ahead. Of course, he still chose to avoid most of the rotten rocks. Alright. Among the 3, the weakest cosmic god split up and shot toward Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's side had tens of thousands of gods, but they were all in a weakened state. To the cosmic god, they were like sheep. Of course, even if these gods were at their peak, they would not be a threat to him. This person is very strong. Lin Ling, try your best to recover. Emperor Xuanxu, Emperor Jun, Emperor Shun, let's do it. Seeing the other party shooting toward them, Guan Wading and the others shouted. They had not recovered their strength, but they recovered faster than the others. If they worked together, they might be able to block 1 or 2 attacks. I'll help you too. Lei Gong stood up. Seeing them frown, he explained, my world's will has recovered more than half. It's recovering faster than my primordial energy. I'll help too. Xiaoluan and Longyang also stood up. Damn it. My Donghuang bell needs the power of a god. Otherwise, I would be able to help too. Saint Yi said unwillingly. I'll help too. My coffin doesn't need too much power of a god. Indra also flew out, and the few of them fought against the cosmic god. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he hastened his recovery. The gods beside him also took out treasures that they had kept for many years to help Lin Ling recover his primordial energy. Now that everyone was on the brink of death, no one would hide anything. They all knew that Lin Ling was the strongest among them. If Lin Ling recovered to his peak, there was a high chance he could defeat the cosmic god. It's just a last-ditch struggle. The cosmic gods are also divided into strong and weak. However, that senior Chu Ying alone is much stronger than the 5 emperors of the past. Emperor Yao and the others were still surrounded by the river, but they were not worried at all. They crossed their arms and laughed. Emperor Yao felt lucky that he had joined the rotten race. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor. With just you lot? At this moment, the cosmic god stopped and looked at Emperor Yao and the others with disdain. Just a bunch of defeated soldiers. He opened his cloak, revealing his rotting flesh. A large number of insects flew out. These insects were all powerful with the power of a god and could corrode the opponent's methods. He was helpless against the Yellow Emperor's universe, but he did not care about the others. Fight! They ignored him and activated all their strength to fight against the insects. Unfortunately, they had recovered too little strength. They could only hold on for 3 breaths of time before the insects crawled all over their bodies and corroded them. On the other hand, Lei Gong and the others were stronger. They erupted with the world will and blocked the insect army. Although the insect's corrosive power was strong, they could do nothing to the world will. Of course, Lei Gong and the others could only hold on for a short while. After all, they had not recovered much of the world will. As expected of the world will. That god called Chu Ying narrowed his eyes. He felt that he was about to catch Lei Gong and the others. Of course, he could also see that the world will was very weak and could not compare to the others he had encountered. Let me! At this moment, Indra roared. He held the coffin lid and swept through the army, shattering the dome of heaven. Bang bang bang! A large number of insects were blown apart and could not get close to Indra. What? At this moment, everyone was astonished, especially young Yao, treasure god Nan Wufengyu, and the others. They laughed excitedly. All along, Indra's strength was below average. To put it bluntly, he was cannon fodder. But now, Indra had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Hee, big brother. Lin Ling took a look and secretly rejoiced at his choice. This coffin lid was indeed suitable for Big Brother. Haha, awesome. Chapter 4969. This coffin is quite impressive. It's actually impervious to all evil. Sigh. Primeval cherry goddess frowned, and after investigating for a moment, she suddenly sneered. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. Sigh. After saying that, she took the initiative to grab Sakura, suppressing him with her enormous divine power. Come at me! Sakura roared. Holding the coffin with both hands, he unleashed the most ancient gale. Rumble! The void trembled, causing huge rotten stones to appear in the sky. However, Sakura's aura had already reached the peak. Not only did he not care about the rotten stones, he still swept past them. As for Primeval Cherry Goddess, she also ignored the rotten stones. Her palm turned into a dark cloud formed by countless insects, grabbing at the coffin. Bang bang bang. The two sides collided, forming an incomparably terrifying aura. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Then, they separated again, avoiding the falling rotten stones in the sky. Sakura actually blocked Primeval Cherry Goddess's grab, causing countless people to be shocked. You are quite capable. You are the first high-level deity to be able to block one of my attacks. However, I am even more curious about your coffin. Primeval Cherry Goddess's eyes flashed, and she attacked crazily. Her divine power seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, drowning Sakura like a violent storm. Sakura, you can do it. Lei Gong and the others were all shouting, incomparably excited. Because of this belief, Sakura became fiercer and fiercer as he fought, blocking Primeval Cherry Goddess's moves again. However, he was still a high god. Even if his coffin was heaven-defying, his foundation was still too weak. He wasn't Lin Ling, he didn't have 8 dantians. Therefore, as time passed, he began to fall into a disadvantage, and gradually he was surrounded by dangers several times. Sakura, I'll help you. When Lei Gong and the others saw the situation, they all urged the world's will to assist Sakura. However, Primeval Cherry Goddess was indeed powerful. She didn't care about Lei Gong and the others' attacks at all, focusing on attacking Sakura. She was very clear that although Lei Gong and the others' world's will was powerful, Lei Gong and the others hadn't recovered at all. Let's go too. Great Emperor Xuanxu, Emperor Shun, and Great Emperor Jun also made their moves. However, Chu Yingshan only wasted a bit of time. His hand turned into a blade, and with a slash, all of the attacks were disintegrated. Get over here. He pounced towards Sakura and seemed to be getting serious. The big hand reached out and actually grabbed Sakura's coffin lid. With a sudden tug, the coffin lid fell out of his hand. What? However, just as he grabbed the coffin lid, Chuchuang God felt that something was wrong. The coffin lid was very heavy as 1,000 caddies. He couldn't lift it at all, let alone use it to fight. What was going on? Why was this weak superior god able to control it, but he, who came from an ancient race of the universe, could not? Bang! The coffin lid fell to the ground from the sky. Chu Sakura Goddess ignored it for now. She would kill these people first and then study the coffin lid. You bunch of ants, it's time to admit your deaths. Haha, don't think that you can stop the noble rotten race. Chuchuang God sneered. Her gaze locked onto Sakura, and she turned into a dark cloud and rushed over. She was a god filled with bugs that could corrode everything. Sakura. At this moment, Yellow Emperor was fighting 2 gods. Originally, he had the upper hand, but Sakura's side was in danger, causing him to be distracted. In an instant, the 2 rotten race gods had reversed the situation. However, Yellow Emperor was powerful, and he wasn't worried about himself. Instead, he was worried about Sakura and the rest. Damn it! Sakura cursed. Death was near, but he wasn't afraid. His heart was filled with unwillingness. His realm was too low. If he reached the level of a universe giant god, this Chuchuang god would be nothing. A coffin lid would be enough to kill him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Jie Yuan Destruction. But at this moment, a voice drifted over. Following that, a terrifying soul ray shot out even faster than the sound. 3 great cosmoses were coming at him, formless, colorless, and terrifying. Not good. Chuchuang God's expression changed greatly. Sensing a life and death crisis, she suddenly disappeared. Shwa shwa shwa. Sounds like beans being fried resounded. The dark clouds around Sakura fell to the ground like rain. All the bugs were killed by the soul ray. Sakura, however, was safe and sound. Instead, he looked behind him excitedly. He saw Lin Ling, who was protected by countless gods, still sitting cross-legged in midair. His expression was serene, like a sitting rock, like an ancient god that had just woken up from a deep slumber. "It's you." Chuchuang God's eyes narrowed as she stared at Lin Ling. This was her first time here, and this was the first time she saw Lin Ling. Thus, she didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. What was that technique from before? So formidable, it actually gave me a sense of danger. He is only a higher god, yet he can make me, a universe giant god, feel apprehensive. He is very strong. However, he is still recovering. This is the final chance to kill him. Chuchuang God's eyes flickered. She took a light step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. Her pace wasn't fast, mainly because she felt that Lin Ling was somewhat mysterious. She couldn't see through him. The moment she left, Lei Gong and the rest immediately blocked in front of Lin Ling. Let him come over. But at this moment, a calm voice transmitted to everyone's ears. It was Lin Ling's voice. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the rest immediately stepped aside. Instead, it was Chuchuang God who stopped. She frowned. This youth was too mysterious. "Senior, don't be fooled. He doesn't have the strength to fight against you. He is deliberately mystifying you. You must immediately kill him." At this moment, Emperor Yao's roar sounded. He knew that Lin Ling had always been cunning. Now that he was pretending to be mysterious, he was definitely stalling for time. "That's true." Chuchuang God nodded and walked towards Lin Ling again. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well without ripples. For some reason, just a gaze caused Chuchuang God's heart to violently beat. "You still have 3 breaths to escape." At this moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. He was clearly saying that he still had 3 breaths to recover. Why didn't she escape? At this moment, Great Emperor Zhuanshu and the rest were overjoyed and inexplicably excited. How domineering! Let's see if the rotten race god dared to escape within 3 breaths. One had to know that the nobility of the rotten race was something that even the Yellow Emperor didn't put in their eyes. "You dare to humiliate me?" Chuchuang God's expression changed drastically. Generally speaking, how could she be afraid of a superior god? However, she was also a god who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. She had innate intuition and could see through the universe. That was why she was afraid of Lin Ling. 1. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly counted. Chapter 4970. A mere nameless god dares to act mysterious. Chu-Chu-ing deity reacted and roared. She was finally going to attack. 3. At the same time, Lin Ling finally stood up. An ancient gale surged out of his body, pushing away all the gods around him as he struck out with his palm. Rumble. When this palm collided with Chu-Chu-ing deity, the latter was actually forced to retreat. Her expression changed greatly. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's figure grew infinitely. He was like a giant, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground. Chu-Chu-ing deity's pupils trembled fiercely. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly a superior god, but he could turn into a giant, giving her a feeling that he was unrivaled. "Your Excellency, what are you doing?" Chu-Chu-ing deity said in a low voice. "What am I doing?" Lin Ling was still growing. His long hair danced wildly, and a large number of complicated patterns appeared on his body. He was majestic and domineering, causing countless people to look up at him. Lin Ling's voice was also as deep as thunder. You want to kill me, right in front of me, and now you ask me what I am doing? Senior Chu-Chuing, he is Lin Ling, one of the hosts of the world will that the rotten deity wants to capture. At the same time, Emperor Yao anxiously shouted. He was deeply afraid that Chu-Chuing deity would be afraid of Lin Ling and run away. You are Lin Ling. Chu-Chuing deity's pupils constricted, and she suddenly relaxed. I thought it was someone from some ancient universe race, but it turned out to be you, Lin Ling. You really gave me a fright. However, you can be considered the second person among the superior gods that I am somewhat apprehensive of. Yes, the first was that guy holding the coffin lid. Unfortunately, he is still not my match. Lin Ling, right? The rotten deity has named you, and I am the one to capture you. That is your honor. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter shook the sky. He looked down at the tiny Chu-Chuing deity and shook his head. Is your rotten race all so arrogant? Showing off the aura of a king. How dare you? In the beginning, Chewing God was only afraid of Lin Ling because she couldn't see through Lin Ling's origins. Now, how could she put Lin Ling in her eyes? What an arrogant brat. On the other side, the two gods who were engaged in a fierce battle were enraged even though they were constantly at a disadvantage. Get over here. After being enraged, the primeval cherry god no longer held back. All of her divine power exploded out, and 100 billion divine power turned into a meteor that bombarded Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling also knew how powerful God Chuing was, so he had transformed into Pango from the start. This was because he was no match for the latter with his own strength. He threw out a punch. It seemed slow, but it was enough to split the heavens and earth. Rumble. This punch was even larger than a meteor, and it actually shattered all of Primeval Cherry Goddess's divine power. The Primeval Cherry God's entire body shook, and she was sent flying. Her expression changed greatly. Only after facing it head-on did she realize how terrifying this giant was. One had to know that she was already one of the strongest among the king-level giant cosmos gods. There were probably no more than 1,000 people stronger than her. And yet, a high god was actually able to fight against her? Just what is the background of this Lin Ling? Why is he the host of the world's will? Why is he so much stronger than the others? The primeval cherry god's heart was heavy. Her eyes flashed, and a huge rotten rock appeared in the sky and smashed towards the two. However, the Lin Ling giant was taller and was the first to receive the attack. However, Lin Ling threw a punch towards the sky, and the rotten rock was blown to pieces. This punch shocked the swamp. So far, other than the Yellow Emperor and that rotting race expert, this was the third person who could destroy the rotten rock. The most terrifying thing was that this third person was only a high god. Lin Ling, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But I don't believe you can really fight against a king-level giant cosmos god. The primeval cherry god was also shocked by Lin Ling's methods. But she suddenly shouted, and her entire body exploded, disappearing from where she stood. Rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky. They were even bigger than Lin Ling, and they enveloped Lin Ling. Looking carefully, they were actually insects that wanted to corrode Lin Ling. This time you must die. The primeval cherry god was close to going crazy. Not good, that rotting race god has disappeared. The Emperor Shun and the others hurriedly checked, but even they couldn't see where the primeval cherry god was. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he stared at the endless dark clouds. But he couldn't see the primeval cherry god either. His soul force couldn't find her either. The rotting race was indeed quite capable. But since he couldn't find her, he would just destroy them all. Lin Ling sneered. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the largest dark cloud, then fiercely pointed. Pangu's finger. The incomparably huge finger blasted forward, as if it could destroy any multiverse. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others stopped fighting. They were all shocked by this finger. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel like no multiverse can stop this finger? This finger is specialized in subduing multiverses. Not only the Yellow Emperor, but even the expression of the strongest rotting race elder changed drastically. Not good. You actually still have a method. A voice came from the rolling dark clouds, full of shock and disbelief. He had transformed into a dark cloud, but in fact, he had entered space and hidden in the multiverse. He was confident that this youth's fist couldn't kill him at all. But who would have thought that the youth would turn his fist into a finger, and it was even more powerful, as if it could split heaven and earth and tear space apart? Could it be that this is the hidden Panga's finger in the ancient coffin on the first level? Impossible. How could this young man obtain that finger? When the enormous finger got closer and closer, Primus Cherry Deity finally saw something clearly. His soul trembled. He wanted to escape, but he discovered that there was nowhere to run. The next moment, he discovered that the world had become bright, and everything disappeared. Then he couldn't remember anything. His memories, his bloodline, and his entire life seemed to have disappeared along with the finger. And in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling pointed forward. The dark clouds melted like snow, and then all the negative effects disappeared. It was as if time had stopped. The two rotting race deities' pupils were trembling, and they didn't speak for a long time. They knew that Primus Cherry Deity was dead. He was killed by a junior of a higher deity. That finger was so terrifying that they probably wouldn't be able to erase it. World will host Lin Ling. They shouted one after another. The Yellow Emperor also looked at Lin Ling in shock. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling use this move, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Come back. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the valley from before. The figure was illusory and looked at everyone indifferently. What was surprising was that this person was a pale-faced scholar. He wore a white robe and looked very clean, giving off a pure and straightforward feeling. Rotting deity. The two deities bowed and quickly flew back to the valley. The Yellow Emperor didn't stop them. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced scholar seriously. This was the legendary #1 ancient race of the universe, the rotting deity? Lin Ling's growth is indeed fast. Chapter 4971. So powerful. Could he be one of the 9 universe stars? Yes. Lin Ling was still in his giant form, and his eyes were flickering. He had already seen 3 universe stars, and as the host body of the world's will, he had the feeling that he was an innate being. Similarly, Lei Gong and the others felt the same. They felt uncomfortable all over. The Tao child they met on the first level had the same feeling, but it wasn't very strong. For a moment, the world was silent. All the gods were silent, but they felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Thinking back to everything that had happened, they sighed. In the beginning, Emperor Jun and Emperor Shun had tricked them into coming here. Then they were trapped in the swamp and almost died. With the cooperation of all the gods, they finally survived the disaster. But who would have thought that more powerful beings from the rotten race would come, and in the end, they even sent the rotten god. If it weren't for the Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling, we would have died. Everyone was muttering to themselves. Lin Ling. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor flew back with Lin Ling and appeared in front of Emperor Yao and the others, looking at them indifferently. Everyone took a step forward and arrived in front of Emperor Yao, looking at him coldly. Emperor Yao gritted his teeth, his face incomparably cold. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Almost just a little bit more. Why was the heavens playing with him? Every time he almost saw Lin Ling die. He could wash away the blood feud, but every time something unexpected happened, Lin Ling would escape the calamity and turn the situation around in the end. Emperor Yao, what else do you have to say? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling was the first to speak. Emperor Yao immediately looked at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. A mere lowly god dares to fight against the rotten race? Emperor Yao didn't speak, but a rotten race god beside him immediately shouted coldly. This guy really didn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. He didn't see the rotten god appear, but he still left helplessly? Did he really think that this was the rotten race's home? Die. The Yellow Emperor coldly spat out. With a flick of his finger, a powerful divine energy pierced through the deity's forehead. Then, something strange happened. Starting from the head, the god was like sand and water. He was constantly battered and gradually disappeared from the second level. Who dares to speak? The Yellow Emperor stared at the remaining decaying gods. Yellow Emperor, you have offended the rotten god. You can't go any further in the Tao Pagoda, you can only leave forever. Another rotten race god spoke, but his tone was not as arrogant as before. Perhaps it was because he no longer dared to be arrogant. What are you trying to say? The Yellow Emperor looked at him with interest. Let us go. Perhaps there will still be a chance to turn things around. That god said. As soon as the Yellow Emperor finished speaking, he flicked his finger and drowned the god with the river water again. The remaining 3 gods finally shuddered at this moment. Are you idiots? Since I have offended the rotten god, do you think the rotten god will let me go if I don't kill you? Also, you think too highly of yourselves. If I let you go, do you think the rotten god will let us go for your sake? The Yellow Emperor said with disdain. With another flick of his finger, he killed several more rotten race gods. Spare me, spare me. The last remaining rotten race god knelt down in midair. Ha! Seeing this scene, everyone laughed out loud. These ancient races were so arrogant that even in death, they had never lowered their noble heads. This led everyone to think that these ancient races were born so arrogant that they did not fear death. But now, it seemed that every ancient race had someone who was afraid of death. The kneeling deity had an ugly expression, but he gritted his teeth and continued to beg for mercy. He naturally knew that these people were laughing at him, but his life was more important. Begging for mercy? I thought you would always have a strong backbone. The Yellow Emperor shook his head. Unfortunately, you still have to die. With a flick of his finger, the last rotten race god died. You are all dead. That deity was continuously washed away by the river and gradually disappeared, but he still roared before he died. Unfortunately, no one took this threat to heart. Emperor Yao, you are the only one left. The Yellow Emperor looked at the last deity. Emperor Shun witnessed the death of a rotten race god with his own eyes, but he seemed to be unfazed by death, indifferent to it. Perhaps he knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now that it had come to this. Yellow Emperor, I didn't lose to you. I lost to Lin Ling. If not for him, you would have lost to me long ago, and I would be the strongest of the 5 emperors. Emperor Yao was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Indeed. However, from what I know, it's not that you didn't have the chance to recruit Lin Ling, but that you missed it. He was very clear that if not for Lin Ling's sudden appearance in the battle for the bloodstained Tai Sui in the valley, the Yellow Emperor would have won. The final winner might have been Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao would have been able to use the bloodstained Tai Sui to become a Saint Universe god. The eyes of the others flashed, and they agreed with Emperor Yao. Especially Emperor Yao. She was also present at that time, so she naturally had the most right to speak. Yes, I missed it. Emperor Yao nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Truthfully, it was a lie that he didn't regret it. He regretted it more than anyone else. Back then, because he chose the White Tiger God and helped his disciple, the White Tiger God Supervisor Monarch, he missed out on Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was actually the host body of the world will with boundless potential. Emperor Yao, you are luckier than me. You can still turn back. We have known each other for many years, and now that you have fallen to such a state, honestly, I am very sad. Previously, I had no choice but to make a move against you. Emperor Yao looked at Emperor Yao and said. At this moment, no one disturbed Emperor Yao. Although many hated Emperor Yao to death, it was undeniable that Emperor Yao was also a big figure, a famous figure, and one of the oldest godly emperors of humanity. The merit he left for humanity couldn't be erased. I can understand. Emperor Yao looked at Emperor Yao indifferently. When Emperor Yao killed her, she also hated Emperor Yao. She thought that Emperor Yao was too heartless. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years. However, now that she was about to die, the hatred in her heart dissipated with the wind. It's best that you can understand. Emperor Yao nodded. He was also a man, and before he died he apologized to Emperor Yao. And he had said what he needed to say. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling. This was a person he didn't care about at first, but gradually became a big problem, a person who was ultimately his enemy. Lin Ling, I didn't lose to you. I lost to the host body of the world will. Emperor Yao said calmly. Even now, his battle intent against Lin Ling hadn't decreased. If there was a chance, he would still fight with him until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Maybe. Chapter 4972. Everyone thought that he was strong because he was the host of the world's consciousness. Only he knew that his host of the world's consciousness had not been of much help. What truly helped him the most was the primal chaos divine formula that helped him grow from weak to strong. He also knew that he was not an ordinary host of the world's consciousness. Perhaps he was the other half of the Creator God. If there's a chance, I'll fight again. Yellow Emperor, make your move. Emperor Yao roared. He was ready to die. The Yellow Emperor sighed. At a time like this, he would not show mercy. He knew that Emperor Yao would not want him to either. This was a humiliation to Emperor Yao, and also meant that Emperor Yao had admitted defeat. However, Emperor Yao did not think that he had lost. He still wanted to fight. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor wanted to kill Emperor Yao with his own hands. Rumble. The incomparably terrifying river rushed towards Emperor Yao, drowning him, gradually turning him into nothingness, gradually turning him into dust. Countless people sighed when they saw this scene. The ancient emperor of a generation had fallen here, and at the hands of 4 ancient emperors. Everyone stood in the air for a long time, silent and conflicted. After some time, the Emperor Yao looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's time to settle our grudges. I know you want to kill me. Come. Lin Ling looked at the Emperor Yao and shook his head with a smile. Our grudges have dissipated with the wind in the valley. Now we are together. Although the Emperor Yao had already felt it, hearing Lin Ling say it with her own ears still moved her. Now that she was weak, it would be easy for Lin Ling to kill her. However, Lin Ling did not. All right, let everything dissipate with the wind. The Emperor Yao nodded. At this moment, she finally felt like she was walking together with the Yellow Emperor and the others. This was also a sense of belonging. Of course, although she seemed to be following the Yellow Emperor, she was actually following Lin Ling. She had a feeling that Lin Ling would be even more terrifying than the Yellow Emperor in the future. In the end, she and the Yellow Emperor were just allies. Lin Ling, we harmed you before. You can do whatever you want. Emperor Jun looked at Lin Ling and said, There's no more grudges between us. At that time, you were forced. Lin Ling naturally would not bicker with Emperor Jun. Thank you. Emperor Jun nodded gratefully. In fact, we are now one body. After all, we are already enemies of the ancient universe's race. If we don't unite, we won't be able to defeat them all. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, and it's not just us. This includes all the gods from the primitive era, the ancient era, and the age of Pantheon. This is because the ancient races of the universe only value each other and don't care about the gods from other eras. Ancient emperors like us. Emperor Jun Emperor. Yellow Emperor nodded. Let's form an alliance and fight against the ancient races. Emperor. Everyone nodded. They didn't want to die, so they had to unite. More and more gods will enter the Tao Pagoda. Everyone, please rally them and unite. The Yellow Emperor shouted again. Now, other than the gods of the primal chaos realm, the gods of the Tao realm should be with us. Then we will create a great cause. As for the world consciousness, the Yellow Emperor suddenly looked at Lin Ling, Lei Gong, and the others. He knew that many gods were still worried about the world consciousness. They are now our people. In the future, they will definitely help us. Moreover, it's hard to say whether we can stop the ancient universe ancient race, right? Hearing this, the gods nodded. After Lin Ling risked his life to save them, They had already acknowledged Lin Ling in their hearts. They knew that in the future, as long as Lin Ling still had his consciousness, he would not kill them. Lin Ling felt that the world consciousness's power was constantly increasing, and its faith was growing stronger. It seemed that after the incident in the valley, everyone had acknowledged him. He couldn't help but sigh. He used to be a rat on the street, hated by everyone, but now he was one of the 5 emperors, respected by everyone. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor gratefully. He knew that the Yellow Emperor had spoken up for him and dispelled everyone's worries. Let's go back. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand and left with the majestic gods. Along the way, many gods spread out and told the other gods about their goals. This caused many gods to join in as well. These gods had relatives and friends killed by the rotten race, so they hated them to the bone. It was just that in the past, no one dared to fight against the ancient universe ancient race. Gradually, the number of people in the 5 emperors' tomb increased. Lin Ling, you will become one of the 5 emperors. You will be called the Lei Gong Hall. What do you think? The Yellow Emperor flew side by side with Lin Ling. He smiled and said to Lin Ling, "Okay." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The Yellow Emperor's greatest understanding of Lei Gong was the Lei Gong Hall, which was why he said that. However, one of the 5 emperors, the Lei Gong Hall, this sounded pretty good. I agree. I agree too. The Emperor Shun and the others nodded and raised their hands in agreement. Lin Ling had saved them, and he was stronger than them. They naturally recognized Lin Ling's position. Lei Gong and the others smiled excitedly. Unknowingly, they were also part of the 5 emperors and had established their own sects. Lei Gong, you guys are strong enough to establish your own sections. This isn't strange at all. He ignored Wu Ting, Sui Lei Gong and the others and laughed. They glanced at Lei Gong and the other 2 and knew that they were 3 powerful world will hosts. Then they looked at Sakura. They still remembered Sakura's tyrannical coffin. Then it was Saint Yi. This was the bloodline of the Donghuang clan, which was also an ancient race of the universe. It could be said that there were countless capable people under Lin Ling's tomb. After a long time, everyone reached the hot spring and went to rest. After going through 2 life and death crises, everyone wanted to relax and cultivate properly to increase their strength. Lin Ling and the others sat beside a hot spring and soaked in it, enjoying themselves. They talked and laughed, saying whatever they wanted to say. Perhaps after going through such a life and death crisis, they cherished their current days even more. After everything stabilizes, we will go find the blood-stained Tai Sui and enter the 3rd level with the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling said to everyone as he soaked in the hot spring and felt his strength slowly increasing. Everyone saw the effect of the blood-stained Tai Sui and naturally didn't want to miss it. Brother Ling, the 2nd level already has such a treasure. If it's the 3rd and 4th level, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated? Yu wiped Lin Ling's back and said expectantly, I think so. Otherwise, those strong people wouldn't have gone to the 3rd level. However, after the 2nd level, the danger will probably be greater. Lin Ling said helplessly. Chapter 4973. After bidding farewell to the Yellow Emperor and the others, Lin Ling and the others set off on their journey. Although the Yellow Emperor and the others were worried about the safety of Lin Ling and the others, when they thought of the strength of Lin Ling and the others, they finally relaxed. After all, if Lin Ling and the others couldn't solve the problem, then other than the Yellow Emperor, no one else would be able to. Lin Ling will stay on the 2nd level for now. When we're stronger, we'll go to the 3rd level. After all, there are probably a lot of great beings on the 3rd level. The Yellow Emperor said to Lin Ling before Lin Ling left. Lin Ling agreed. Right now, they only had one Saint Giant Universe God. How could they fight against the great beings on the 3rd level? After that, Lin Ling also knew that the Yellow Emperor had mobilized everyone to search for Tai Sui, so he didn't plan to help and left with Lei Gong and the others. According to the instructions of the mysterious Taoist in the square prison, Lin Ling continued to search for blood-stained Tai Sui. They headed north. Although they were very powerful, the Tao Tower was mysterious, so they were still very careful. Sure enough, After 3 days of continuous travel, a corrosive stone rain suddenly appeared in front of them. It crashed down mightily for a full 2 hours. Although Lin Ling transformed into Pangu and could destroy one corrosive stone rain, it was only one corrosive stone rain. Even Lin Ling could only be killed when faced with a large area of corrosive stone rain. Thank goodness Little Lun warned us. Lin Ling and the others felt lucky and then looked at Little Lun. It was Little Lun who had warned them. Little Lun's world was a chant with the power of creation. They didn't expect that she would be able to detect the corrosive stone rain. Little Lun, you'll be the one to guide us now. Little Lun, head north. Lin Ling pointed out the general direction and said to Xiaolun. Little Lun nodded shyly, but she was very happy. She was very proud to be able to help Lin Ling and everyone else. Let's go this way. Xiaolun led the group in a different direction, and after spending 2 hours, they walked across a vast expanse of land. Along the way, Xiaolun was able to sense danger ahead of time. Sometimes, Xiaolun would choose to take a detour even if it was just a small mountain. Although it would take more time, they would be able to sense danger once they passed it. In the next moment, several pieces of rotten rocks fell from the mountain peak. Little Lun, you're amazing. Everyone was full of praises for Xiaolun, making him even happier. Lin Ling was also happy for her. Now, everyone's strength had increased greatly. This was good for everyone. My lord, a huge swamp has appeared in front of us. After another day, Xiaolun said as he looked ahead. In front of him was a pitch-black land. Its surface was very hard, and it didn't look like an ocean at all. However, everyone believed in Xiaolun, so they stopped in their tracks. Everyone waited for 3 incense sticks of time. Sure enough, the boundless black earth in front of them began to move. The sturdy earth merged together, and sludge appeared. It was just like the rotten deity's methods. It was extremely similar. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If they had continued to move forward, they would be in the middle of the swamp now. The danger had greatly increased. Lin Ling, look. Suddenly, Indra pointed to the front. A large number of bubbles appeared on the ground of the swamp. Some of them were even as large as islands. When the bubbles burst, bugs flew out. These bugs circled around in the air and then flew towards Lin Ling and the others. Everyone, be careful. Lin Ling warned and slashed forward. However, he discovered that the power of God didn't have much effect on these maggots. When the maggots encountered the power of God, they would turn into nothingness. After avoiding it, they would fly over again. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. These winged maggots were too terrifying. They kept urging their methods, but the effect was still not great. Lei Gong and the rest urged the world will's power. The effect was not bad. However, there were too many maggots. Their world will's power was not enough. Retreat. Lin Ling urged Universe 3 Extreme Break. The effect was very significant. It killed a large number of maggots and bought time for everyone to retreat. However, Lin Ling's expression was solemn. Only Universe 3 Extreme Break was effective. However, his Universe 3 Extreme Break was only released once. However, the swamp in front covered a large area. It was impossible to fly over. They could only take a detour. However, who knew how long the detour would take? It was estimated that it would take a year or even a few years. Get out of my way. Everyone had retreated. Only Sakura was still holding the coffin lid in his hand and kept sweeping at the maggots. His strength had increased greatly. He was no longer as afraid of death as before. But because of this, everyone was cursing. Was this guy looking for death? However, something unexpected happened. The maggots seemed to be afraid of the coffin lid and actually avoided it. The maggots that were swept by the coffin lid all exploded and fell to the ground. They flowed out stinky black blood and stopped moving after a few moves. The coffin lid can restrain them. Lin Ling was very surprised. This meant that Pangu's true body might also be effective. However, Pangu's true body only had an incense stick's worth of time. If he couldn't bring everyone across the sea in an incense stick's worth of time, then he would die without a doubt. This was not as convenient as the coffin lid. Thinking of this, Lin Ling shouted, "Big brother, come back quickly." Sakura went crazy. He didn't listen to anyone except for Lin Ling. He scolded a large number of maggots, "Count yourselves lucky." Only then did he rush to Lin Ling's side with the coffin lid. When he put the coffin lid on the ground, all the maggots didn't dare to approach. They flew in the distance, a dark mass. It was a ghastly sight. Furthermore, a stinky smell hit them in the face. Everyone used divine essence to block the stench. Then, they looked at the coffin lid in surprise. Lei Gong smiled and said, "I didn't expect that this coffin lid is actually effective. However, how are we going to cross the sea?" Xing Yi frowned. They came for the bloodstained Tai Sui. How could they give up so easily? After all, they had witnessed the effect of the bloodstained Tai Sui with their own eyes. Lin Ling frowned and pondered. If they wanted to cross the sea, perhaps they could rely on the coffin lid. He immediately said his idea. Using the coffin lid to cross the sea. However, the coffin lid could only carry a few people. This might take a lot of time. However, this was also the safest method. "Lin Ling, your suggestion is not bad." Lei Gong immediately agreed. The others also nodded. "How about this? I'll carry the coffin lid. We can carry 5 people at a time," Lin Ling suggested. He was the strongest and was in charge of bringing people back and forth across the sea. Everyone agreed unanimously. Then, Lin Ling brought everyone back, avoiding a large number of maggots, and went in another direction. After a long time, they stood in the distance of the swamp sea. There were no maggots here. Lin Ling carried the coffin lid and brought Yu, Lei Gong, and Yuer, Shen Yuanga, and young demon master across the sea. The coffin lid was placed on the swamp sea. Everyone sat there while Lin Ling stood at the bow of the ship and activated his divine essence. Rumble. Chapter 4974. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The coffin board continued to move forward, and after an unknown amount of time, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It looked like a crocodile. Furthermore, this crocodile noticed Lin Ling and the rest and slowly swam over. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest's expression instantly turned grave. Fortunately, the swamp under their feet suddenly shook and hardened again, causing the crocodile to sink into the ocean. After the ocean hardened, all the maggots also flew back into the ocean and everything in front of them became clear. "Let's go!" Lin Ling lifted the coffin board and burst out with his full speed, bringing the 5 of them to fly far away. After the ocean hardened, everything became safe. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally reached the other side of the ocean. Stepping on the hard ground, everyone let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "This ocean is really King scary." Lei Gong scolded with a smile. "Brother Ling, the ocean is still in a hard state. You should hurry over so that you won't encounter any trouble later." Yu looked ahead and said. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded and instructed Lei Gong to take care of Yu and the rest. He lifted the coffin board and flew across the land. The swamp ocean also changed very quickly. Lin Ling only flew a third of the way before the land turned back into the ocean. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only continue to sit on the coffin board. However, their luck this time was not bad as they did not encounter the mysterious crocodile. After Lin Ling returned to the other side of the ocean, he brought Sakura, White Water Pure Girl, and Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu across the ocean, leaving behind Xiaoluan, Longyang, Xingyi, and the rest. After all, the coffin board could only carry 5 people at a time. Longyang and the rest were stronger, so it was safer to stay on the other side of the ocean. Their luck this time was still not bad as they did not encounter the mysterious crocodile. Finally, everyone successfully disembarked and met up with Lei Gong and the rest. Lin Ling left without stopping and crossed the ocean to pick up Xingyi and the rest. When they returned this time, the ocean had hardened again, saving them a lot of time. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Xingyi and the others. At first, they flew, but halfway through, the ground turned into an ocean again. Lin Ling and the others could only sit on coffins. But this time, Lin Ling and the others were not so lucky. The earth had just turned into an ocean when they immediately encountered a mysterious crocodile. Lin Ling and the others didn't know how big this crocodile was. As it slowly swam over, huge waves rose up from the swamp. The situation instantly became incomparably troublesome. Saint Guy, attack now. Don't let the crocodiles get close. Lin Ling shouted anxiously. He knew that if the coffin lid was overturned, things would become troublesome. After all, maggots were everywhere in the swamps and oceans. How could they fight against the maggots other than the coffins? All right. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang bell and smashed it at the mysterious crocodile. The crocodile sank to the bottom of the sea and bought them some time. Lord Lin Ling, the crocodile has caught up again. It's at the bottom of the sea. However, after running for a short while, Xiaoluan said anxiously, "Attack!" Lin Ling wanted to control the coffin lid and prevent it from overturning, so he shouted at Longyang and the others. They immediately activated the world's will and attacked the bottom of the sea crazily, causing a huge whirlpool to appear on the surface of the sea. Being on the coffin lid, everyone was almost overturned. If not for Lin Ling suppressing it, everyone would have fallen into the sea. And when Xiaoluan and the others' attacks landed on the crocodile, a fishy smell of blood rushed out of the sea. The mysterious crocodile seemed to be injured. This also bought Lin Ling and the others precious time. A moment later, the coast began to appear in front of them. They could even vaguely see Lei Gong and the others. However, they were all crazily shouting for Lin Ling to speed up. Behind them, the mysterious crocodile had appeared again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at them from behind. When the crocodile appeared, everyone knew how big it was. It was as big as the universe. Lin Ling and the others couldn't even compare to the crocodile's teeth. Quick! Lin Ling was anxious. Shengyi, Xiaoluan, and the others also attacked, but the effect was not great this time. The crocodile was incomparably smart. When it saw Shengyi and the others' attacks coming, it closed its huge mouth and crushed all the attacks. Only Dragon Mother's World Will's power managed to cut off one of its teeth. You guys control it. Seeing the situation getting more and more troublesome, Lin Ling let Shengyi control the boat. He rushed behind the coffin lid and activated Universe 3 Extremes Break. Rumble. However, the mysterious crocodile's soul power was incomparably terrifying. It actually blocked Lin Ling's Universe 3 Extremes Break. So perverted. This was the first time Lin Ling saw the Universe 3 Extremes Break ineffective. Now, he could only turn into Pangu to resist. He jumped up and turned into a giant. His feet stepped on the sea and he crazily punched the crocodile hundreds of times. Rumble. The sea rolled and the waves were turbulent. From afar, it looked like the crocodile and the giant were fighting as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The most frightening thing was that the crocodile was not much weaker than Lin Ling's Pangu body. The battle was evenly matched. However, Lin Ling's Pangu body had a time limit. Not good. After Lin Ling punched the crocodile suddenly disappeared. Looking back, it actually appeared behind the coffin lid and swallowed the coffin lid. You're courting death. Lin Ling was furious. His eyes were red. He took a big step forward, stirring up countless swamps and mud. Pangu's finger attacked. Now, his Pangu real body was getting closer and closer to the end. He had to use a fatal attack. Rumble. The huge finger attack fell, and the swamps exploded. The mysterious crocodile's body was penetrated and it finally fled. Shengyi, Longyang, Xiaoluan. Lin Ling did not care about anything else and shouted anxiously. What gave him a headache was that the sea was starting to harden. If Shengyi and the rest did not rush out of the sea, they would be sealed in the sea and bitten to death by the maggots. My lord! Lin Ling! At this time, two voices came from the rolling sea. Longyang and Xiaoluan were holding a corner of the coffin lid and shouting anxiously. Wait for me. Lin Ling took a big step, picked up the coffin lid, and threw it into the sky. Lin Ling, Shengyi is over there. Longyang, who was on the coffin lid, shouted to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked around and saw that Shengyi was covered in maggots. Moreover, the Donghuang bell was protecting him. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Xingyi's bloodline was not fully activated. Otherwise, with the Donghuang bell, the sea would not be able to stop him. My lord! Xingyi floated up from the sea and was about to sink at any time. Moreover, the hardening sea was about to arrive. Time was of the essence. Linling took a step forward and reached Xingyi. He grabbed Xingyi with his hand and threw him into the sky. After doing this, Linling's panga strike disappeared and he began to recover his original appearance. Bang! Fortunately, this time, the ground was no longer an ocean. Bang bang bang! Chapter 4975. On the coast, Lei Gong and the others looked at Lin Ling and the others who were rushing towards them along the hard ground. All of them were incomparably happy. They had all witnessed the fierce battle from before. At that time, their hearts were hanging in the air. If not for the fear of too many people getting in the way, they would have already gone to help. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Ling showed his might and saved Xingyi and the others. It was hard to imagine that if the person in charge of receiving the ship was someone else, perhaps Xingyi and the others would have already died. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and the others rushed to the coast, Lei Gong and the others ran over. Damn, I almost died. Xingyi sat on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. Lin Ling and the others were the same. After sitting down, they continued to recover. Thinking back to the previous scene, they still felt as if they had survived a disaster. They did not expect that the second floor of the Dao Pagoda would be so terrifying. A random sea and a mysterious crocodile almost took their lives. They thought that as long as they avoided the rotten stones on the second floor of the Dao Pagoda, all the dangers were not worth mentioning. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others opened their eyes, sighing and shaking their heads. So scary. What was that before? He can actually fight Lin Ling who has grown up. That's too awesome. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a wry smile, I guess that was a Dao crocodile, the kind of monster we encountered when we first came to the Dao realm. It's just that in the Dao Pagoda, this kind of monster is even more terrifying. Dao crocodile. Everyone's face changed slightly. They naturally knew about that kind of terrifying thing. Well, I've finally crossed the coast. Everyone, let's move on. Lin Ling stood up and said to everyone. After the previous incident, everyone was even more cautious. However, after crossing the coast, the ground was no longer a swamp. It had become incomparably hard. There were huge black rocks all around, as if a divine beast was sitting on the ground. It's nearby. Lin Ling searched for the scent of the blood-stained Taisui fungus with a secret technique. However, to his surprise, he did not see any flesh-like demons in the vicinity. Lin Ling, these are rocks formed from the condensation of lava. However, this volcano is very terrifying. It is a divine volcano, and its lava can kill any god. Lei Gong, on the other hand, was inspecting the rocks one by one. No matter what he did, he couldn't cut off a single piece of rock. Each and every one of these magma rocks was a precious treasure. It was a pity that they could only be seen but not harvested. These rocks are extraordinary. They contain the powerful great laws of the universe. Moreover, these rocks are located on the ground and can conceal the aura of the surroundings. Everyone must be even more careful. After all, no one knows what lies ahead. Lin Ling said to the crowd after checking it out. Everyone nodded and used all kinds of methods to investigate. They found that these rocks were able to absorb all kinds of prying methods. They were extremely mysterious. This meant that even if there was a huge Dao crocodile ahead, they would not be able to detect it. They could only see it with their naked eyes. However, by the time they could see it with their naked eyes, they would have entered the Dao crocodile's line of sight. It was extremely dangerous. Soul power can barely detect it, but the area has been greatly reduced. Everyone use your soul power. Lin Ling said to everyone again. After becoming a high-level deity, everyone had more or less developed soul power. It was just that some people were stronger and some were weaker. The one with the strongest soul power was Lin Ling. It surpassed everyone else by 100 or even 1,000 times. Everyone moved forward cautiously. After walking for a full 6 hours, a huge volcano began to appear in front of them. The volcano was so magnificent that it was actually bigger than any of the 9 prefectures. It could be seen clearly from afar. It was hard to imagine how close it would be. After that, how magnificent would this volcano be? It's there. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and sniffed the air. Although the surrounding magma could not block the smell of the blood-stained Tai Sui fungus, it had blocked half of it. This greatly increased the difficulty of Lin Ling's search. Thus, Lin Ling could only roughly determine that it was in the region of the volcano. It can't be inside the volcano, can it? Lei Gong suddenly said. If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. That volcano is so big that it will definitely take a lot of time to find the blood-stained Tai Sui fungus. Moreover, I discovered that the area around the volcano seems to be filled with monsters. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a wry smile. Everyone moved forward cautiously, then hid under a huge rock and looked ahead. Only now did they discover that the volcano in front of them was filled with enormous gray-skinned lizards. These lizards were the same color as the volcanic rocks and looked incomparably powerful. Most importantly, there were too many of them. They were either rolling around, fighting, or sleeping under the volcano. If they wanted to reach the bottom of the volcano, they had to go down through the mouth of the volcano. This would inevitably alarm those lizards. Lin Ling, what should we do? After investigating, Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned and pondered, but there was nothing he could do. Unless he took the risk and charged up the volcano. Second brother, look, there's a lone lizard over there. Suddenly, Indra pointed to the distance. In the endless volcanic rocks in the distance, a huge lizard was moving forward in boredom. Let's catch that lizard and see. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Everyone hurriedly followed Lin Ling. Under the cover of the volcanic rocks, they moved forward cautiously. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the lizard. Fortunately, the volcanic rocks blocked Lin Ling and the others' spying methods, but they also blocked the lizard's spying methods. Even though Lin Ling and the others were very close, the lizard still did not respond. Lin Ling, do you want to make a move? Lei Gong checked for a moment and saw that there was only a lone lizard around. He whispered. Lin Ling looked at the volcano in the distance and finally shook his head. Let's wait until this lizard has gone further. Remember, don't kill it. I'll seize its soul and see if I can find out something. Hearing this, everyone nodded secretly and continued to follow the lizard. After a full 2 hours, the lizard walked further and further away. When they looked back, they could only vaguely see the top of the volcano. Let's go! At the same time, Lin Ling shouted. Everyone unleashed their powerful methods to suppress the lizard. Rumble. The lizard looked huge, but it was also extremely powerful. Its black skin was as hard as volcanic rock. Even though Lin Ling and the rest had launched a sneak attack and joined forces, they still could not kill it. They only managed to slightly injure it. Eastern Emperor Bell. Coffin Plate. Devour. Shingyi, Indra, Lei Gong, and the others all unleashed their strongest methods. Anyway, this lizard's skin was thick and could not be killed in a short time. Naturally, they did not hide their methods anymore. Rumble. This time, the lizard finally turned upside down and a large amount of black blood flowed out. But what was terrifying was that this fellow was still alive. Chapter 4976. Not good. This beast is intelligent, it's going to run away. Lei Gong shouted anxiously. But at this time, Lin Ling's attack finally arrived. The tyrant's song sword fell from the sky, and a powerful force and divine force came down at the same time. This sword ruthlessly stabbed the lizard's stomach and finally penetrated the lizard, nailing it to the ground. The lizard was still not dead. Its 4 limbs danced, as if it was stirring up the world. Soul suppression. Lin Ling erupted his soul force, poured it into his palm, and slammed it down on the lizard's head. Rumble. Lin Ling's current soul force was as vast as the universe as he attacked the lizard's soul. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the lizard's soul was also incomparably terrifying. For a short while, he actually failed to stun the lizard. This made Lin Ling secretly sigh. The dark divine hound on the first floor was as weak as a puppy compared to this volcano lizard. Search for me. However, Lin Ling's soul force was too strong, and he continued to suppress it. Not only did he search the lizard's memory, but he also planted a slave soul seal in the depths of its soul. Only Lin Ling. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to do it. Gradually, the struggling lizard calmed down, its eyes constantly flickering, revealing a light of reverence towards Lin Ling. After Lin Ling learned everything about the lizard's soul, he continued to digest it and knew that there was only one way to enter the volcano, and that was through the volcano's mouth. Not good. Then, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Because the lizard's soul let Lin Ling know that a large number of lizards were rushing over. Quick, everyone get on. Lin Ling shouted to everyone, and then let everyone land on the lizard, and then rode it in another direction. Although it was difficult for the lizard to detect Lin Ling, it could use special methods to detect other lizards. Lin Ling told the lizard to avoid it, and went straight to the volcano from another direction. After a full 6 hours, Lin Ling and the rest finally arrived at the mouth of the volcano while riding on the lizards, making many twists and turns. Standing at the edge of the volcano, Lin Ling and the others all had solemn expressions. It was too big. How was this still the crater of a volcano? It was simply an entire universe. Looking inside, it was pitch black, and any darkness could be devoured. It looked incomparably dangerous. Lin Ling, are we going down? Lei Gong frowned. He had a bad feeling about the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling nodded. We've already come this far, we can't give up halfway. Moreover, the lizard's soul knows that the monsters at the bottom of the volcano are even more terrifying. Some of them only eat lizards. We have to be even more careful. Hee, second brother is right. It's rare for us to come here, how can we give up halfway? As for whatever demon, I have a coffin lid here, what's there to be afraid of? Sakura laughed and said, Second brother, let's jump down. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to jump. But Lin Ling immediately pulled him back and scolded laughingly, This volcano is so deep and full of monsters. Jumping down will definitely attract attention. We're dead for sure. Then what to do? Sakura scratched the back of his head and said, Isn't there this fellow? Let it bring us down. Lin Ling looked at the lizard under him and smiled. And that lizard had a spirit. After knowing Lin Ling and the rest's decision, its entire body started trembling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's powerful soul force suppressed it, forcing the lizard to bring everyone down the volcano. Climbing along the volcano's wall was undoubtedly much safer than jumping down. Everyone did not dare to breathe loudly. The moment they entered the crater, they all had a feeling as if they had entered another world. The surroundings were full of darkness. Even if they were face to face, everyone could not see each other clearly unless they used divine essence to illuminate. Of course, using divine essence, this was undoubtedly very dangerous. What a huge volcano! Could it be that this volcano was once a powerful means to destroy the universe? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, having a guess in his heart. The volcano was like a black hole, specialized in swallowing the universe. As time passed, Lin Ling also gradually adapted to the darkness. His soul force could quietly spread out to 1,000 miles away. Gradually, he also discovered the danger at the bottom of the volcano. This place looked pitch black, but in reality, there were countless strange monsters of all shapes and sizes. These monsters devoured each other. Some lived by devouring the volcano's darkness. It was incomparably strange. Furthermore, the plants here were also very terrifying. They were situated on the volcano's wall. Anything that passed by would be entangled and then melted as if they were poisonous. Lin Ling saw with his own eyes that a rat-like monster was swallowed by a plant without any resistance. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. He continuously controlled the lizard and avoided all kinds of plants on the wall. Voila! At this time, a smiling face appeared in the sky ahead. It was a smiling face formed by a strange green color. The smiling face was very big and incomparably terrifying in the darkness. Lei Gong and the rest's faces changed. However, Lin Ling comforted them in a low voice, telling them that the smiling face was actually very far away. There was no need to worry. Furthermore, it wasn't a smiling face but a huge butterfly. Furthermore, it looked poisonous. Of course, it was also Lin Ling's first time seeing a butterfly as big as a kuan. Rumble. At this time, the smiling face suddenly changed into a ferocious face. Furthermore, there was a rumbling sound. There's a big battle. Quick! Lin Ling's soul force sensed that a monster had attacked the butterfly. It was an intense fight. What made Lin Ling afraid was that even he couldn't tell what the monster was. It looked like a spider, but it didn't look like one. To avoid being implicated, it was better to go down. Along the way, Lin Ling witnessed all kinds of monsters. All of them were extremely powerful. After spending a total of 10 hours, they finally reached the bottom of the volcano. What was surprising was that the bottom of the volcano was not dark. Instead, it was bright. Whether it was the ground or the rocks, they all emitted a red light. This place was very hot and the area was huge. It was 100 times bigger than the crater of the volcano. We're here. This way. Lin Ling performed his divine powers and secret techniques, then led the group forward. As for the lizard from before, he let it go. However, the lizard was also cunning. It knew that it would be difficult to leave the volcano alone, so it kept following Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling saw that it had worked hard even if it didn't have any merits, so he simply let it be. The group advanced along the bottom of the volcano. However, they didn't encounter any monsters. It was as if the bottom of the volcano was a forbidden area. No monsters dared to approach. Rumble. After a long time, there was a rumbling sound ahead. It seemed that there was an intense battle going on. Lin Ling and the rest's expressions changed slightly. They sneaked over. Then Treasure God Nan Wufengyu exclaimed, "Lin Ling, look, it's her." Following Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's finger, at the bottom of the volcano, a 12-winged blonde woman was fighting a red Tai Sui. Most importantly, that woman was the 12-winged Yang God. Chapter 4977. Lin Ling, this bloodstained Tai Sui is so powerful. It's even more powerful than the one we encountered in the valley. Yu Yu whispered. The bloodstained Tai Sui is powerful, but the 12-winged Yang God is truly powerful. Lin Ling investigated for a moment and shook his head. The 12-winged Yang God floated up. Endless golden light bloomed on her body, releasing an unparalleled divine power. The entire bottom of the volcano had turned golden at this moment. It was incomparably terrifying. The golden light was like the sun. When it landed on the bloodstained Tai Sui's body, it clearly made it extremely uncomfortable. However, the bloodstained Tai Sui was also extremely powerful. Its body sometimes expanded and sometimes shrank, and the flesh on its body trembled non-stop. Suddenly, it spat out pieces of flesh. After landing on the ground, it actually transformed into flesh-shaped monsters. It was a Tai Sui. Moreover, these Tai Sui were constantly growing. In the blink of an eye, they occupied more than half of the bottom of the volcano. What's going on? Yu Yu and the others' expressions changed. The Tai Sui spat out by the bloodstained Tai Sui could actually grow bigger. That was too powerful. It's the endless vitality at the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling sensed his surroundings and suddenly said, "The bottom of the volcano was originally a symbol of destruction. Once the volcano's lava came out, any universe would be destroyed. However, the other side of destruction was also creation. For example, after the volcano's lava dried up, it was endless nourishment. Everything in the world could nourish and grow on this volcano. This was vitality. Those flesh-shaped Tai Sui absorbed vitality and grew from it." Lin Ling, should we help? Lei Gong frowned. Now, the 12-winged Yang God was surrounded by endless flesh-shaped monsters. Those flesh-shaped monsters were incomparably huge, and their strength was probably comparable to the giant gods of the universe. She couldn't stop them with just the 12-winged Yang God. No need. The 12-winged Yang God is in charge of the Sun God race on the second level. Its strength is stronger than we imagined. Lin Ling shook his head. Hearing that, Lei Gong and the others could only fall silent. Originally, they owed the 12-winged Yang God a favor, and they could use this opportunity to repay it. But Lin Ling said that there was no need. So if they went out to help, it would be wishful thinking, and they might even harm others. Sure enough, the 12-winged Yang God's expression did not change. He suddenly pulled the endless golden light behind him, and a long golden sword appeared. This was the Sun God's sword. The 12-winged Yang God shouted softly. The 12 wings behind him swept and turned into golden light before disappearing. With a light slash of the sword in her hand, a huge flesh-like monster was slashed open. Moreover, the place where the monster was slashed open was filled with foul-smelling blood. Under normal circumstances, the attacks of the gods wouldn't have much effect on the flesh-like demons. These demons could recover on their own and fuse with their flesh, unless multiple gods joined forces to attack him. However, the strange thing was that in the face of the 12-winged Yang God's sword, the flesh-like monster could not recover at all. The Sun God's sword transformed into divine lightning. The brilliant heavenly might shall be guided by the sword. The 12-winged Yang spirit was very fast, but it was also very beautiful. The strange thing was that he could clearly see her figure, but by the time he reacted, she had already slashed with her sword. 200 billion power of God. Lin Ling's pupils continued to flicker. He had never expected the 12-winged Yang God to be stronger than he had imagined. This was probably a saint-level universe god. Of course, it could also be a king-level universe god, but this was even more terrifying. After all, after the 12-winged Yang God broke through, her power of God would at least double, or even triple, her power of God. As time passed, the surroundings were filled with foul-smelling blood clots. A large number of Tai Sui Ganodermas were lying there. All the Tai Sui had been killed. However, the 12-winged Yang God was disdainful. She had not come here for ordinary Tai Sui Ganodermas. The Sun God race. Seeing a large number of Tai Sui being killed, the blood-stained Tai Sui spoke in human language. It was a child's voice, but it was full of insidiousness. "Humph, you dare to come here? You'll die all the same." Then, the blood-stained Tai Sui silently chanted a strange incantation, and invisible sound waves drifted out. The bottom of the volcano was still quiet, but the sound of wind came from the pitch-black sky. "Everyone be careful. Hide your aura." Lin Ling's expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone lay down and hid all their auras. Then, they looked up and found that a large number of smiling faces had appeared in the sky. No, it was those butterflies. Sure enough, huge butterflies flew down from the sky and attacked the 12-winged Yang God. "Petty tricks." The 12-winged Yang God shouted coldly, and the sword in her hand was still slashing out. The light was resplendent, like pillars of sunlight, constantly slashing out in all directions. In the sky, a large number of butterflies smashed down, sprinkling gorgeous pollen. At the bottom of the volcano, a large number of rocks were also cut off by the Sun God's sword. If Lin Ling and the others hadn't been lying down, they would have been hit by the sword. With their strength, who could resist it? They would definitely be cut in half. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they felt a lingering fear. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, all the butterflies were killed. "Humph, so what if you're powerful? You're already poisoned." At this moment, the blood-stained Tai Sui spoke in a childlike voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the 12-winged Yang God's expression changed. She found that the divine power was continuously disappearing. She frowned. She didn't know when she had been poisoned. Lei Gong and the others who were watching from afar were also puzzled. However, Lin Ling pondered and then said solemnly, "It's the pollen." As soon as he said this, everyone came to a realization. When the butterflies flew, they were also sprinkling pollen. At the same time, the 12-winged Yang God also came to a realization. She said coldly, "What a cunning blood-stained Tai Sui. Unfortunately, before I fall, you still have to die." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the blood-stained Tai Sui. She slashed out with her sword. "How dare you kill me?" The blood-stained Tai Sui let out a resentful cry, but it was still cut in half by the 12-winged Yang God sword. Then, its flesh began to melt, and an incomparably fishy smell wafted out. And in the flesh, 2 blood-stained Ganodermas lay there. The blood-stained Tai Sui was so powerful. It turned out that it already had 2 blood-stained Ganodermas. The 12-winged Yang God did not immediately collect them. She looked around and said indifferently, "Your Excellency, are you still not coming out?" She seemed to have discovered something. "Although you hid very well, when you flew to the bottom of the volcano because the reaction was too great, I knew that there were others at the bottom of the volcano." Seeing that the surroundings were silent, the 12-winged Yang God continued. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the others began to study hard. The 12-winged Yang God was too powerful. There was no way to hide from her. Then, they all walked out helplessly. Chapter 4978. I knew there was someone, but I didn't expect it to be you. The 12-winged Yang God stared at Lin Ling and the others with surprise in his eyes, but it quickly turned into indifference. "You guys are here to steal my blood-stained Tai Sui again." The 12-winged Yang God's sword pointed at Lin Ling and the others. "Don't misunderstand, we have no intention of stealing your harvest." Lei Gong immediately said, "Yes, we were wrong to hide it from you last time, but Emperor Yao is our enemy, so we can't let him do whatever he wants." Yu also said. They felt that they owed the 12-winged Yang God. After all, the latter trusted them so much, but they violated the rules and stole the treasures of the Sun God clan. "Humph, do you think I will believe you? Last time, when you said you wanted to enter the cave, I was afraid that you would get hurt and asked someone to protect you, but you refused. At that time, I was still very worried about you. No wonder you didn't think I would help you." The 12-winged Yang God continued. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the others studied hard, knowing that the 12-winged Yang God would not believe them. Of course, the 12-winged Yang God couldn't be blamed. Who asked them to betray others first? "Lin Ling, I thought you were a character, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable." The 12-winged Yang God looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling also smiled bitterly. He had a feeling that when they killed Emperor Yao last time, the 12-winged Yang God could have brought people to kill them. However, the latter did not. He was probably giving them face. "Nothing to say?" Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the 12-winged Yang God looked disdainful and said indifferently, "Now that I've been poisoned, you can steal the blood-stained Tai Sui." 12-winged Yang God, I admit that we lied to you last time, but that doesn't mean that we have a problem with you. I apologize for what happened last time. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. "As for your harvest, I, Lin Ling, promise not to take it. Let's go." He knew that it was useless to say too much. Only actions could prove everything. After he finished speaking, he led everyone away. However, the 12-winged Yang God was extremely surprised. She knew very well that it was very difficult to reach this place. She had to face the volcanic lizards and the swamp sea. Lin Ling and the others had worked so hard to come here, but if they turned around and left, then all their previous efforts would have been for naught. Originally, the 12-winged Yang God wanted to call out to Lin Ling, but in the end, she held back. Even though Lin Ling and the others had left. But who could guarantee that he wouldn't come back? Perhaps what he said before was just a lie. He didn't dare to make a move now because he was waiting for the poison to take effect. Thinking of this, the 12-winged Yang God's eyes turned cold. He put away the blood-stained Tai Sui and recovered on the spot. However, although the pollen from the butterflies wasn't fatal, it caused her divine power to weaken. She had used all sorts of methods, even using the power of the great universe to detoxify the poison, but it was all to no avail. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from afar. As expected, they are all despicable people. The 12-winged Yang God snorted coldly. She knew that Lin Ling and the others couldn't be trusted. They were a group of despicable people. However, To her surprise, what slowly came in front of her was not Lin Ling's group, but an incomparably huge toad. This toad was incomparably ferocious. Its huge mouth was swallowing something. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the huge butterfly in the volcano. The universe's #1 toad race? The 12-winged young god's expression instantly changed as she recognized the other party. The universe's #1 toad race was a toad race. This race's fertility wasn't strong and there weren't many members, but each one of them was incomparably powerful. Even their sun god didn't dare to confront the universe's #1 toad race head-on. However, because this race was too heaven-defying, they had long disappeared. Why was there one here? Croak. It's actually a little girl from the sun god race. The huge toad stared ahead and let out a dull laugh. What do you want to do? The 12-winged yang god's expression changed. You have the smell of the blood-stained Tai Sui on you. Hand it over. For the sake of the sun god, I'll spare your life. The toad spoke in human language and said contemptuously, Impossible. The 12-winged yang god immediately shook her head. It wasn't easy for her to come here. She had even fought the blood-stained Tai Sui and didn't hesitate to be poisoned. How could she hand over the blood-stained Tai Sui so easily? A mere sun god dares to go against my will? The toad sneered, opened its mouth, and shot its tongue forward. Its speed was incomparably fast, reaching a speed of 1 billion. However, the 12-winged yang god wasn't weak either. She disappeared on the spot, and before she disappeared, she slashed out with her sword. However, the previously invincible sun god's sword couldn't cut off the toad's tongue at all. All right, how dare you attack me? I'm going to eat you. On the contrary, the toad was furious. Its eyes were red and filled with killing intent. It retracted its tongue and shot it out again. The 12-winged yang god resisted with difficulty. Her expression was solemn. She knew that she had been poisoned and that her divine power was continuously disappearing. Before long, she wouldn't even be qualified to fight. Therefore, after dodging the toad's tongue, she immediately took the initiative to attack. Above the toad's head, the sun appeared. A figure walked out of it and quickly slashed down with his sword. Rumble! This slash caused the volcano to tremble, and a dazzling sword mark was slashed out on the ground. However, the toad was safe and sound. You're courting death. The toad became even angrier. Bubbles bulged all over its body and shot out endless light. These lights soared into the sky, causing the 12-winged yang god to feel as if she was in a storm and was being attacked by the universe. She smashed down from the sky and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even your sun god doesn't dare to attack me. The huge toad walked towards the 12-winged yang god step by step. If I hadn't been trapped for countless years and my strength hadn't weakened, I would have swallowed an ant like you in one gulp. But now, it's not difficult to swallow you. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to devour the 12-winged yang god. The 12-winged yang god struggled to stand up several times, but she failed. Her face was ashen, and she knew that she was going to die here. Little toad, how dare you touch my people? However, at that moment, the bottom of the volcano suddenly shook. A giant rushed over. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing the giant, the 12-winged yang god's expression changed. Then she shouted, Lin Ling, leave quickly. Don't pay attention to me. Even she was no match for the toad, let alone Lin Ling. Kid, who do you think you are? Not only am I going to swallow your people, but I'm also going to swallow you. So what if you become bigger? What's the use? The toad didn't take the giant seriously at all. It wanted to shoot its tongue at the giant. However, at that moment, the giant pointed a finger. The huge finger smashed down like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. All the hard rocks on the ground were destroyed. Chapter 4979. It's you, it's you. Seeing the huge finger shooting over, the toad kept shouting. Then, ignoring Lin Ling and the 12-winged yang god, it jumped into the sky and went straight to the crater of the volcano. It looked as if it had met its natural enemy. What's going on? The 12-winged yang god was dumbfounded. Lei Gong and the others also flew over. They wanted to help, but after seeing this scene, they were also dumbfounded. Previously, they had wanted to leave, but when they heard the rumbling behind them, they immediately sensed that the 12-winged Yang God was in trouble. The opponent was a powerful toad. Most importantly, they saw with their own eyes that even the 12-winged Yang God's sword couldn't cut the toad. This made them clear that the toad's strength was definitely the strongest among the saint-level universe gods. However, at that time, it was impossible for them not to help. However, Lin Ling was faster than them. He turned into a giant and scared the toad away with one finger. It must be known that even if Lin Ling's finger landed on the toad and caused it to escape with serious injuries, they could still accept it. However, that finger didn't land on the toad at all. And they all felt that the finger couldn't hurt the toad. Without a doubt, everyone was in a state of confusion. On the contrary, Lin Ling slowly shrank and returned to his usual appearance as he walked towards everyone. Lin Ling. The 12-winged Yang God was the most shocked, so he immediately asked. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. He naturally knew what the 12-winged Yang God wanted to ask. In fact, he also knew that he was no match for the toad. He had just made a bet, but he didn't expect that he would be right. That was because the toad was the one imprisoned in the ancient coffin on the first level. At that time, other than the toad, there were also the black ox, the golden ox, and other creatures. These monsters had been imprisoned in the ancient coffin for too long and were suppressed by Pangu's finger. They had long been in awe of Pangu's finger. Previously, Lin Ling had gambled that the toad would be afraid of Pangu's finger and flee like a frightened bird. Fortunately, Lin Ling made the right bet. I don't know how to explain it either. I can only say that the toad is very afraid of my finger. Lin Ling had no choice but to explain. Hearing this, everyone was confused. The 12-winged Yang God's eyes flashed. She knew that Lin Ling must have something he couldn't say, so she was too embarrassed to ask any more. Alright, goodbye. Seeing that the 12-winged Yang God was no longer in danger, Lin Ling left with Lei Gong and the others. The 12-winged Yang God looked at the backs of Lin Ling and the others with flickering eyes. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling and the others were deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that she was overthinking things. Furthermore, she had previously guessed that there was someone at the bottom of the volcano. In fact, it wasn't Lin Ling and the others, but the universe's #1 toad. Lin Ling. Thinking of this, the 12-winged Yang God shouted. Lin Ling and the others stopped and looked at the 12-winged Yang God suspiciously, thinking that the latter was seriously injured and needed their protection. I'll give you this blood-stained Ganoderma. At this moment, the 12-winged Yang God took out one of the blood-stained Ganoderma and placed it on the ground. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Then she smiled. Lin Ling and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. No need. We owed you last time. Let's use this blood-stained Tai Sui to repay it. Hearing this, the 12-winged Yang God was even more certain that she had wronged Lin Ling and the others. After all, if Lin Ling and the others' goal was the blood-stained Tai Sui, they could take it away now. There was no need to say anything more. What happened last time was an accident. I can let it go. After all, you have a grudge with Emperor Yao. Although you violated the rules, you didn't attack the Sun God clan. I can understand all of this. The 12-winged Yang God shook her head and smiled. So, you don't owe me anything. Instead, I owe you my life. I'll use this blood-stained Tai Sui to make up for it. Hearing this, Lin Ling no longer pretended. After all, if he didn't accept it, it meant that the 12-winged Yang God's life was inferior to the blood-stained Tai Sui. Let's leave this place. Seeing Lin Ling walk over, the 12-winged Yang God looked at the sky, afraid that the toad would appear again. Lin Ling was the same. He had only scared the toad away before. How could he be a match for the toad? Everyone walked along the bottom of the volcano. Along the way, they encountered a lot of fleshy Tai Sui. They were all picked by them and finally cultivated in a cave in the distance. The 12-winged Yang God was poisoned and needed time to detoxify. Lin Ling and the others had obtained a large amount of Tai Sui and could further improve their talent. Lin Ling, the blood-stained Tai Sui on the second level is probably gone. The rest are ordinary Taisui Ganoderma, which won't be of much help to you. If you want to improve your strength, you'll probably have to go to the 3rd level. The 12-winged Yang god sat down cross-legged and looked at Lin Ling and the others. The Taisui Ganoderma could improve a god's divine fetus, but the effect would weaken each time it was used. In the end, the effect was close to nothing. Otherwise, no one would go to the 3rd level. If they crazily improved their divine fetus on the 2nd level and then went to the 1st level to find cultivation treasures, they would be able to improve their divine power. Yes, I also noticed that there are very few blood-stained Taisui on this level. Lin Ling nodded. He couldn't smell any blood-stained Taisui. Even if there were, they were extremely weak and belonged to the stage of growth. Everyone, let's cultivate. Then, Lin Ling took out Taisui flowers and burned them with his divine essence. Ordinary Taisui burned faster, but the effect was not as good as the blood-stained Taisui. However, Lin Ling and the others had a lot, so they didn't want to waste them. Everyone entered a state of cultivation and crazily increased their strength. When the 12-winged Yang god saw that she was enveloped by the light of the Taisui, she didn't want to take advantage of Lin Ling, so she also took out some Taisui flowers to cultivate. As time passed, the ordinary Taisui Ganoderma was burned to nothing, leaving only the blood-stained Taisui. The blood-red light enveloped the cave. Fortunately, the cave was big enough, so the red light didn't leak out. Moreover, the cave was also sealed by Lin Ling and the others to prevent them from being disturbed during cultivation. However, there weren't many demons under the volcano, and even if there were, they were incomparably powerful. Therefore, if Lin Ling and the others weren't discovered, there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Time passed quietly just like that. Everyone's strength increased greatly, and Yu and the others' talents all entered the ranks of the 9th grade higher gods. The power of the Eastern Emperor Bell that St. Guy controlled greatly increased. Sakura's divine fetus also crazily advanced. After a long time, everyone entered the ranks of the giant gods of the universe, and the treasures they obtained on the 1st level were all used up. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still cultivating. However, his 8 divine embryos had all transformed and reached the peak of high god divine embryos. Chapter 4980. Even though he had not broken through, Lin Ling's cultivation had become more stable. His strength had increased by more than 20%. Most importantly, Lin Ling could clearly sense the power of the world's will. This mysterious power was hidden in his soul and was growing stronger at every moment. This was the power of faith. In the past, Lin Ling could only control this power when he was on the brink of death. But now, he could clearly feel the power of faith. This feeling was like the clouds parting to see the blue sky. The divine fetus is also the key to controlling the power of the world's will. However, the power of the world's will is too mysterious. I guess there are many conditions to control it. Let's see if I can completely control it. Lin Ling was secretly delighted as he continued to search for the power in the depths of his soul. What surprised Lin Ling was that the power did not seem to be huge. It was only a light spot about the size of a finger. Compared to the majestic soul power, it was like a cow's hair. However, this power was extremely powerful and exceeded most of the powers that Lin Ling possessed. Found it. As he continued to probe, Lin Ling became excited. He tried to touch the light spot for the first time. In the beginning, the light spot rebounded Lin Ling's consciousness. But gradually, Lin Ling's consciousness merged with it. After entering the light spot, Lin Ling seemed to have entered another universe. In this universe, he saw countless figures and all of them knew Lin Ling. There was Lei Gong. There was holy unification. There was Yu. They sat cross-legged and there was a blinding light shining in their bodies. Besides Lei Gong and the rest, Yi Han also saw Great Emperor Xuanxu, Great Emperor Jun, and Emperor Shun. They also had light on their bodies. But compared to Lei Gong and the rest, it was much dimmer. Even the Yellow Emperor had it. Could this be the power of the world's will? Lin Ling was shocked. He checked again and saw his grandfather, Lin Yi, and the others. They were all glowing with light that was as blinding as Yu and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that everyone in the Lin Ling universe had this kind of light in their bodies. It was just that it was dimmer than Lei Gong's. Lin Ling felt as if he was in a great universe. Looking at the entire Lin Ling universe from afar, he discovered that the entire universe was filled with resplendent light. It was like a vast expanse of stars twinkling in the starry sky. So much, it's all the power of the world will. Lin Ling was excited. His consciousness stealthily tried to control them, but he discovered that he could mobilize these lights. At the same time, the power of the world's will within Lin Ling's soul began to move. It appeared in Lin Ling's palm, transforming into a sword of faith. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the sword in his hand in shock. Success! For the first time, he summoned the sword of faith even though he wasn't in a life or death situation. Brother Ling. Only Yu and Yuer and a few others were at the side. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly stand up with a white light sword in his hand, all of them were extremely shocked. However, Lin Ling's sword didn't give them any sense of danger. This is Brother Ling's power of the world will? Yu said in shock. She had seen Lin Ling activate this sword before. It was extremely powerful and no god could block it. Yes. Lin Ling nodded happily. Yu and the others also laughed excitedly. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling activate this sword as he wished. This sword can even kill a giant god of the universe easily. Why can't we sense any powerful force? And Yuera asked curiously. Because this sword contains your faith. Lin Ling looked at the sword in his hand and explained. This sword was, in fact, the condensation of the power of everyone who believed in Lin Ling. Yu and the rest naturally couldn't sense the pressure. This sword of mine is constantly getting stronger. It's constantly getting stronger, giving me the ability to fight against a giant god of the universe. Lin Ling stroked the sword and felt the power on the sword. Invincible. This was the power of this sword. It was a pity that there weren't many people who believed in Lin Ling. Moreover, this power of faith wasn't very strong. Where's everyone? Lin Ling kept the sword of faith and looked at everyone. They're exploring the bottom of the volcano. Now, everyone's strength has increased. Other than the few of us, they've all reached the level of giant gods of the universe. Yu smiled. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling smiled and left with Yu and the rest. After a long time, at a corner of the bottom of the volcano, everyone gathered there and attacked a huge lizard. This lizard seemed to be the Lizard King and was extremely powerful. But Lei Gong and the rest were much stronger. Working together, they suppressed the huge lizard. Moreover, the 12-winged Yang god didn't attack at all. He just watched with a smile from the side. Lin Ling is here. Lei Gong and the rest also noticed Lin Ling's arrival. They were all very happy. Lin Ling stared at the huge lizard and nodded with satisfaction. In terms of strength, this lizard is considered an amazing existence among the king-level giant gods of the universe. Although you guys are working together, at least it proves that ordinary king-level giant gods of the universe can't compare to it. You guys are much stronger. What he said didn't include Lei Gong and the rest. After all, they were world wills and were much stronger. Hee hee. Sakura and the rest rubbed the back of their heads and laughed with incomparable pride. To be acknowledged by Lin Ling was undoubtedly an extremely rare thing. At this moment, a huge rotten rock suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone be careful. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu was the first to investigate and shouted. Everyone dodged and watched the rotten rock fall to the ground. Gradually, they fell silent at the bottom of the volcano. There's rotten rock here too? Lin Ling looked up curiously and realized that from here, he could vaguely see a small piece of the sky. It seemed that it was because of this reason that the rotten rock would fall. At the bottom of the volcano, only this place has rotten rock falling, and the ground in this area is beginning to change into a swamp. The 12-winged Yang god explained. Lin Ling nodded and stared at the sinking rotten rock. His eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled. We've been away from home for a long time. It's time to go back and take a look. Who's coming with me? Yeah. We haven't been back for a long time. There's rotten rock here. I'm going back. I want to see little you. It's been a long time. I'm going back too. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and the rest immediately nodded. Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and Longyang didn't intend to go back. They continued to cultivate at the bottom of the volcano. Okay, we can go back. Yu Yu and the others were all very happy when they heard that they were going home. They had been in the Tao realm for many years and had experienced life and death several times. Naturally, they wanted to go back and take a look. Lin Ling was the same. Of course, Lin Ling had another reason, and that was to accumulate more faith and improve the power of faith. Previously, he had used the power of faith to investigate and saw that the Lin Ling universe had begun to appear heavenly tribulations, great demons, and other things, so he planned to go back and subdue them. You guys go back. We'll stay here. Anyway, I still need to heal. The 12-winged Yang God looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, he knew that if Lin Ling and the others returned, they would still have to go through the rotten rock. At that time, they would need to take action and summon the rotten rock. Chapter 4981. Using the Tao Return celestial position, Lin Ling and the others appeared in the vast universe. We're back. Yu Yu and the others sensed the familiar smell. Their bodies trembled, feeling as if they hadn't returned for many years. For a moment, no one moved, quietly looking at the universe. In their minds, memories flowed, as if they had been covered in dust for many years, pouring into their hearts. Becoming a god, this was everyone's extravagant wish. But who knew that the lifespan of a god was too long, so long that it caused many beautiful memories to dim? If they hadn't returned this time, perhaps the memories left here would have been even dimmer until they disappeared. That feeling of the past was incomparably precious. No one wanted to lose it. We're back. Lin Ling returned more times than Yu Yu and the others, so his memory didn't weaken. Instead, because he controlled the Lin Ling universe, this memory kept growing stronger. It seems that I have to find a time to absorb the void of Jiuzhou and the myriad of worlds into the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The memories left by this universe were actually Lei Gong's main hall, grandfather, and the others. The place that truly left him with memories that couldn't be erased was actually the myriad of worlds, the void of Jiuzhou. If I can conquer the void of Jiuzhou, my power of faith will definitely increase, but before that, I have to let them know that I, Lin Ling, am a person. Lin Ling's gaze fell. The entire Lin Ling universe emitted endless starlight. That was the power of faith. This invisible power poured into Lin Ling's body, turning into the power of faith, making Lin Ling's world's will power even stronger. Lin Ling, let's go. At this time, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu smiled. Lin Ling immediately nodded and led everyone out. The surrounding scene changed, and they immediately returned to the Lei Gong's main hall. Lin Ling, you're back. Isn't that Sakura? You're finally back. You're so ruthless, not coming back for so many years. Ling isn't like you, coming back occasionally. A young Master Yao. Seeing the return of Lin Ling and the others, everyone was incomparably happy, as if they had not seen each other for many years. In fact, they really hadn't seen Lin Ling and the others for many years. At least close to 10,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling controlled the Lin Ling universe and was able to create the great law of the universe, which made Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others immortal, they would have already turned into a pile of bones. Great-grandfather. Moreover, Lin Ling also had many descendants. Under Lin Ling's lead, they all rushed into the hall. Grandfather. Xiaoyu also brought her husband here to kneel before Treasure God Nan Wufengyu. Her husband was also a martial artist, but he had heard of Lin Ling and the others. Now that he had seen them in person, he was extremely excited. In the Lin Ling universe, there was no one who did not know the name Lin Ling. They all knew that Lin Ling was the only god in this universe. Greetings, great-grandfather Lin Ling, great-grandmother Yu Yu, great-grandmother Yu. Wow, those are legends. The rumors have been around for 10,000 years, but they are still alive. Where did they come from? Could it be that there are other universes besides the Lin Ling universe? More and more people entered the hall. Those who were related to Lin Ling by blood or the descendants of Lin Ling's friends all knelt down at this moment. It was as if they had seen their ancestor. Lin Ling was surprised. Taking a closer look, he realized that he had hundreds of juniors. And this did not include the collateral bloodline, otherwise there would be more. For example, his childhood playmates, the children of the Lin family, and the others had all come. However, even they had many descendants, but they were incomparably respectful to Lin Ling, as if they had seen their ancestor. Rise, all of you. Lin Ling took out a large number of treasures and distributed them to everyone as a greeting gift from an elder. Wow, this ginseng has such rich spiritual energy. Silly child, hurry up and thank your ancestor. This is a divine ginseng that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Our ancestor is indeed generous. Everyone was very happy. They were proud to be related to Lin Ling by blood. Of course, as Lin Ling's friends, they also received a lot of benefits. There was no doubt that today's Lei Gong Hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, the news of Lin Ling's return was not spread out. It was only known to Lin Ling's relatives and friends. After a long time, Lin Ling finished entertaining everyone. He came to a balcony in the room and looked into the distance. He saw that they were in a huge city, and the Lin family was in the largest palace in the city. Standing in the palace, one could see the entire continent. With the city as the center, countless citizens and living beings continued to spread out. Fellow cultivators, come back. Lin Ling stepped into the void and smiled at the void. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in the void, and avatars walked out. They were Lin Ling's avatars. Congratulations on your return, fellow cultivator. They looked at Lin Ling and cupped their hands in salute. Thank you for your hard work. Now that my strength has increased, everyone can come back. Lin Ling also cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Then he took back his avatars. Suddenly, a large number of universal laws surged into Lin Ling's mind, causing his soul force to rise crazily. His comprehension of the Great Tao reached a new level. He had a feeling that he was just a little bit away from bringing Lin Ling's universe into the Tao Pagoda. If he could bring Lin Ling's universe into the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling's strength would definitely double or even triple. A moment later, Lin Ling felt that his soul force had doubled, reaching 1,000,000 steps. The power of the universe's 3 extremes destruction had increased greatly, and he could cultivate the last level. This surprised Lin Ling, and he hurriedly comprehended. He stood in the void like this, and unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Yu and the others didn't disturb Lin Ling because they were too busy themselves. Every day, they would visit their good friends. Treasure God Nan Wu and the others were the same. After disappearing for nearly 10,000 years, they had too much to say. Only when they returned here could they relax and not feel the pressure. They did not have to be afraid of the arrival of a strong enemy at any time. And this was also beneficial to their cultivation. This kind of relaxed days had undoubtedly greatly increased their strength, and their divine power had increased crazily. On the other side, Lin Ling was still comprehending the last level of the universe's 3 extremes destruction. This was the revolving extreme destruction. The 3 soul universes, demon subduing destruction, boundary origin destruction, and revolving extreme destruction combined to form a perfect soul universe. This great cosmos was also sealed by Fu Jie's great ray. A self-created universe. Lin Ling's body trembled in disbelief. All along, he had wanted to bring Lin Ling's universe into the Tao realm to fight against the enemy. However, Lin Ling's universe had yet to succeed. Instead, the universe's 3 extremes destruction had formed a soul universe, sealing all souls. To put it bluntly, this was also a universe, but it was a soul universe. Its power had increased by 3 times compared to before. It was estimated that among the king-level universe gods, there were only a handful who could block it. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, which were filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 4982. One had to know that after reaching Lin Ling's level, one's individual strength was very limited. Most of it was relying on ancient and powerful killing moves. Relying on one's individual strength, he could only be an ordinary giant god of the universe. The divine fetus was still important, but it was only related to the foundation and growth limit of a god. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. My physical body has undergone many years of improvement, plus I've obtained Panga's finger. It's time to cultivate the nascent soul Great Tao body. Lin Ling didn't leave. Instead, he cultivated his doppelgangers. Nascent soul Great Tao body. It took 3,000 years to sprout, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit. Now, Lin Ling had cultivated to the stage of blooming. After a long time, figures began to walk out from behind Lin Ling. There were a total of 9,000 people, and all of them were exactly the same as Lin Ling. As long as one's physical strength reached the standard, cultivating the nascent soul Great Tao body would become easier and easier. This 3,000 years to bear fruit meant 9,000 doppelgangers. Moreover, these doppelgangers had all of Lin Ling's strength. The only thing they didn't have were the 8 dantians, the power of faith, Panga's attack, and the 3 extreme breaks of the universe. However, these doppelgangers were the best among the high-level gods. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. Work harder. After the universe is stabilized, I might be able to bring the Lin Ling universe into the realm of Tao. Lin Ling said to the 9,000 doppelgangers. Don't worry, I'll do my best. All the doppelgangers looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then they walked into the void. Lin Ling's body relaxed. He looked at the entire Lin Ling universe. Then, he took a step and appeared in a sect in the next moment. Who's there? There were many experts in the sect. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all on guard. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. There was a divine light on his body, blocking those people from approaching. So powerful. Inform the sect leader immediately. Everyone said solemnly. Not long after, the sect's elders arrived. They were all extremely powerful and were low-level gods. Your Excellency, may I ask who you are and what brings you here? One of them asked seriously, already preparing to attack. Lin Ling continued to smile and ignored him. When he walked past the elder, he said coolly, "Don't use your sword against me, or you'll regret it." What? The elder's expression changed greatly. He was already prepared to attack. He believed that this person could not see through his attack, but who would have thought that his every move could not escape this person's eyes? Most importantly, this person was very young, but he gave him a feeling of boundless grandeur. Sir, this is our sect. Regardless of whether you are a friend or a foe, the dignity of our sect cannot be insulted. Even if you are very strong, we still have to offend you. Please forgive us. Another old man said, openly wanting to attack Lin Ling. However, at this moment, an anxious voice sounded. Following which, a middle-aged man appeared and stared at Lin Ling. Following which, his expression changed drastically. Master. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. This middle-aged man was the disciple that Lin Ling had brought back from the underworld. Master? The sect leader's master? Could he be the patriarch? Everyone was dumbfounded. Greetings, patriarch. Following that, everyone knelt down and kowtowed. Rise. Lin Ling smiled slightly and looked at the sect leader. In fact, he had an impression of this person, but he had forgotten his name. After all, Lin Ling had too many disciples. Even when teaching them, he rarely showed himself. Instead, he left his legacy for his disciples to comprehend. How much they could comprehend depended on their own luck. Of course, although he was a hands-off boss, to these disciples, Lin Ling was their great benefactor. Without Lin Ling's help, they would have lived a mediocre life. They might even have died of old age. However, because of Lin Ling, they soared into the sky. They were monstrous geniuses from a young age. They were invincible and created their own sects. You did not disappoint me. Lin Ling stared at the sect leader and said, take these spiritual herbs for your cultivation. Also, distribute some to the disciples. Yes, master. The sect leader was extremely excited. He had only met his master twice in his life. The first time was when his master brought him to reincarnation. The second time was when his master brought him to this universe. However, even though it was only twice, he felt that Lin Ling was extremely amiable and kind, as if they had known each other for thousands of years. Perhaps you don't know your master's name, but I'll tell you today. I am the master of this universe, Lin Ling, and this universe is also called the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at the sect leader indifferently. I know. The sect leader was even more excited. Blood rushed to his head. His master was indeed powerful. He was the Lord of the universe. At this moment, he felt extremely proud to be Lin Ling's disciple. Lin Ling, the master of the universe, the only God. The others also looked at Lin Ling in worship and kowtowed crazily. They were also proud to be Lin Ling's disciples and grand-disciples. Okay, I'm going to see your senior and junior sisters. You can all gather again when the time comes. Lin Ling smiled faintly and disappeared on the spot. Farewell, master. The sect leader kowtowed excitedly, and so did the entire sect. In their hearts, Lin Ling was kind, holy, and omnipotent. He was the sky in their hearts. Lin Ling suddenly came here for two reasons. First, to see his disciples. Second, to collect faith. He knew that everyone in this universe worshipped him. However, if he did not show up, the worship of others would be a little vague. Once Lin Ling showed up, the worship would be even more and deeper. Lin Ling appeared in a manner. This manner was incomparably powerful. There were as many strong people as there were clouds. When Lin Ling appeared, the manner master immediately kowtowed. He was also one of Lin Ling's disciples. Lin Ling nagged for a while, left the treasures, and left indifferently. Without a doubt, this also left behind a majestic figure, making more people worship him. Lin Ling went to see his disciples and collected faith. What surprised him was that his disciples were not weak. All of them had stepped into the ranks of mid-gods. However, Lin Ling's universe was limited, which caused their growth to slow down a lot. He had to improve Lin Ling's universe. After meeting all his disciples, Lin Ling went to accept disciples again. As long as their talent was not bad, he would take them in and leave behind the inheritance of divinity. Moreover, he also stabilized all kinds of natural dangers in the universe and eradicated overly powerful demonic beasts. After doing all these, Lin Ling would leave his name to let everyone know that there was actually a god above their heads. This god was Lin Ling. Moreover, this god had always been protecting them, leading them to prosperity and power. This also caused Lin Ling to become the faith of even more people. There was no one who did not worship him. No matter how great the danger was, these people proudly stepped through it because they believed that the god would protect them. Chapter 4983. There was a ripple in the void, and a thin stream of spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Ling. The land of the 9 prefectures flowed into his eyes. Far away, the universe shone brightly, and thousands of worlds floated there like the Milky Way. He had arrived at the 9 prefectures void. Looking at the 9 prefectures void, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. A long-lost feeling of nostalgia filled his mind. This was where Lin Ling grew up. This was Lin Ling's real hometown. Lin Ling sensed that his soul force was slowly increasing. His comprehension of the great Tao of the universe was also increasing. Lin Ling had fought too many battles in this ancient universe. Now that he was back, Lin Ling felt as though he had entered a strange state of enlightenment. North border, sacred land of the rainforest. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already on an ancient continent. This was the sacred land of the rainforest, Lin Ling's real hometown. Unfortunately, the sacred land of the rainforest had been destroyed. Everything familiar to him was gone. Only the name and the air were the same. The Asakusa rain god is the true god of the sacred land of the rainforest. Your Luoha Empire is nothing. The Luoha Empire is the most powerful empire in the sacred land of the rainforest. But can it be compared to a god? Kill! Lin Ling stood on the land of the sacred land of the rainforest. He closed his eyes, and all the sounds of the land entered his ears. He automatically ignored some useless information. However, there wasn't much useful information. He only knew that the strongest martial god in the sacred land of the rainforest was the Asakusa rain god. Unfortunately, to Lin Ling, no matter how strong the martial gods were, they were just ordinary people. They couldn't enter his eyes. Other than the Asakusa rain god, Lin Ling didn't see any familiar faces or voices. Sigh, so many years have passed. Everything is still the same, but the people have changed. Lin Ling sighed softly and returned to the most powerful place in the rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, his statue was no longer there. After that, Lin Ling went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Unfortunately, this place was no longer called the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was called the Rain Country. However, everything was gone. Young hero, are you going to enter the city? May I know your name? When Lin Ling was about to enter through the gates of Rain Country, perhaps because of his extraordinary aura, a powerful cultivator asked with a smile. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide anything. Those experts were clearly stunned. Clearly, they did not recognize Lin Ling. In the end, they allowed Lin Ling to enter the city. What a strange person. He gives me an ethereal feeling, like a white cloud in the sky that can disappear at any time. However, when I carefully sense him, I can't sense any martial power on him. After Lin Ling left, those experts said in a strange tone. However, none of them were discussing Lin Ling's name. One had to know that Lin Ling was once a legend in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling entered Rain Country and walked around, hoping to find some familiar things, but in the end, he did not find anything. He shook his head and prepared to leave. But someone actually remembers me? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In a certain corner of Rain Country, he saw a family. This family lived a very poor life, but they believed in Lin Ling. In the living room of this family, there was a statue of Lin Ling. Although the statue was very blurry, Lin Ling could sense that there was a power of faith in the statue. Of course, this power of faith was also very weak. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be people who remember me. Lin Ling was somewhat moved. One had to know that he had left Lin Ling universe for several thousand years, not to mention the void of the 9 provinces. It was probably tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. 100,000 years, a change of dynasties, a change of history, this was not difficult at all. Especially for mortals, 100,000 years was as long as the clouds and smoke. This family, their surname is Miao? I don't have the slightest impression of them. Lin Ling walked forward slowly, planning to pay them a visit. He came to the front door of this family and knocked lightly on the door. The dilapidated wooden door was opened, and a young man looked at Lin Ling suspiciously and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Ling smiled slightly, but he could not answer. He pondered and said, "I'm looking for your patriarch." "You're looking for Grandpa?" This young man was very surprised. He looked up and down at Lin Ling, and saw that Lin Ling's eyes were clear, and did not look like a bad person. He stepped aside to let him pass. "Grandpa, someone is looking for you, probably for your heavenly book." The young man shouted toward the inner room. "What heavenly book? I don't have it. Tell him to get lost." An angry voice came from the inner room, booming like thunder. "Grandpa." The young man frowned. "You're guarding the so-called heavenly book. What's the use of it? It can't be eaten, and it can't be cultivated, so you might as well hand it over early." "I don't know what heavenly book," I said. "I don't have it. Get lost, get lost." The old man in the inner room was extremely angry, and his voice was getting louder and louder. "Sai, my grandpa is like this. He's old, but he's still an antique who believes in the things passed down by the ancestors. Ignore him." The young man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head. "Old people have their own reasons. Sometimes, young people don't know what has happened, so naturally, they don't know what the old people are thinking." The young man's eyes flashed. He did not understand what Lin Ling was talking about. He said with a smile, "If you want to see Grandpa, just go to the inner room, but he has a bad temper, so please forgive him." After saying that, the young man strode away. Lin Ling could see that this family was not doing well, and they were very poor. Then he walked toward the dilapidated house, but just as he reached the door, a pillow was thrown at him. "Get lost, you don't have the heavenly book? Get lost, get lost, get lost. You come asking me every day, so annoying. If I knew the heavenly book, I would have become a martial god long ago, and you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant." An old man was sitting there angrily, smoking an opium pipe. There was a table next to him, and there was a vague statue on it. After the old man cursed angrily, he saw that there was silence outside, so he thought that the person who came had been scared away by him. He immediately sneered and said, "If you don't believe me, why do you keep sending people to inquire? It's because you value the things left behind by the ancestors. You're also a despicable and shameless person." As he said that, his eyes suddenly focused. That was because a young man was standing in front of the statue with his hands behind his back, looking at the statue indifferently. The young man had delicate features and was wearing a blue and white robe. However, his eyes were like stars, making it hard for people to forget him. For some reason, after seeing the young man, the old man's anger subsided a lot. He was shocked. When did the young man come in? So many years have passed. I didn't expect that someone in the rainforest's sacred land still remembers him. That's very rare. The young man was Lin Ling. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that people only pay attention to the present and completely forget that without the protection of the ancestors, there would be no peace today." Hearing that, the old man's expression changed and he agreed, "That's right. People today only know that the rain god Asakusa saved the rainforest's sacred land, but they don't know that there was a legend who saved the rainforest's sacred land time and time again. If it weren't for that legend, we wouldn't be here today, and there would be no rain god Asakusa." Chapter 4984. A great lucky chance. "Young man, although you are to my liking, Miao Shan, have seen everything in my life. The great lucky chance you speak of is useless to me." The old man laughed. Lin Ling also smiled. "Speak, who are you? Why are you guarding this statue? Does it have any meaning to you?" There is indeed a cultivation method in the statue, but it is only a very ordinary cultivation method. Hearing this, the old man's complexion changed. "If you know that there is a cultivation method in the statue, then why have I searched for so many years without finding anything? You need a special method to see it." Lin Ling shook his head and said, "Of course, it is only a mediocre cultivation method. It is not worth mentioning. Tell me who you are." "Mediocre?" The old man's pupils shrank, and he almost cursed out loud. This was a heavenly book passed down from generation to generation. The entire rainforest holy land was searching for this cultivation method, even the Asakusa rain god was searching for it. This was because in the rumors, this cultivation method was left behind by the number 1 legend of the rainforest holy land. Unfortunately, in this world, there were very few people who knew of the number 1 legend. They only knew that his Miao family had a mysterious cultivation method. "Very well, since you are so fated, then I will speak. My Miao family is an ancient descendant of the 7 profound martial house, and I am the 3620th generation martial house master." As he said this, the old man's face was filled with pride. "Grandfather, don't brag. What's 7 profound martial house? I have never heard of it. Now, we have a problem eating. What martial house master?" At some unknown time, a young man was standing at the door, his face full of disdain. "Smelly brat, what do you know? In the past, when the 7 profound martial house was glorious, countless people wanted to worship them as their master. Moreover, our rainforest holy land's number 1 legend came from the 7 profound martial house." The old man was suddenly angry. Because of this topic, their descendants had quarreled. But Lin Ling's pupils shrank. 7 profound martial house. Many years of dusty memories flooded into his mind. In his life, Lin Ling had entered countless sects and schools to cultivate. One of them was the 7 profound martial house. If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Lin Ling wouldn't have remembered. Lin Ling had never thought that after so many years, he would actually meet a descendant of the seven profound martial house. Alright, since you and I, Lin Ling, are fated, I'll give you a great opportunity. Lin Ling's mood suddenly became better. Perhaps it was because he had finally met an old friend in the rainforest. Ah, young man, you're still boasting. Unfortunately, the old man didn't believe him. His grandson kept rolling his eyes. His grandfather was crazy, but he didn't expect this young man to be crazy as well. He actually believed his grandfather's nonsense. As an old man, it was normal for him to brag a little. Of course, that young man didn't even bother to prepare a draft when he bragged. He was very impressive. Senior Meow, how is it? Where is the heavenly book? At this moment, laughter suddenly came from outside the house, causing the old man's expression to change. He angrily cursed, "What a stubborn bastard!" Without waiting for him to speak, 3 people walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man, and behind him were 2 men. One of the men coldly said, "Senior Meow, as long as you hand over the heavenly book, we will give you whatever you want. You can keep the heavenly book. What use is it? It cannot be cultivated. It is better to let Lord Rain God meditate on it. Our Lord Rain God has always been sincere about ancient cultivation methods. This is your chance." Rain God? Before the old man spoke, his grandson's complexion instantly changed. That's right. Senior Meow has always thought that we were not sincere enough. So today, our Lord Rain God has personally come. One of the men proudly smiled and pointed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a faint smile on his face, but he had a majesty that looked down upon the world. This was because he was the #1 god of the rainforest's holy land. "I only want to meditate, I don't want your heavenly book," the middle-aged man lightly said. "Humph, you people call yourselves gods, aren't you very fierce? Why do you want to meditate on cultivation methods left behind by the ancients? This is just slapping your own face." The old man suddenly sneered. "How bold!" The 2 people beside the rain god said angrily at the same time. The old man was not afraid at all. He lightly said, "I have already said that I don't know where the heavenly book is. Even if I did know, I would not give it to you. Senior Meow, I think that I have been very polite to you. I gave you a few years to think about it, but you are very disrespectful to me." The rain god was still smiling, but his voice was obviously displeased. "Grandpa, this is the rain god." The old man's grandson reacted at this moment and was extremely excited. He knelt down and bowed to the rain god. "Greetings, Senior Rain God. My grandpa is a little crazy. You don't have to pay attention to him." The rain god was a legend in the rainforest's holy land. Even the most indomitable powerhouses might not have the opportunity to see him, let alone him. Now that he could see him with his own eyes, he felt extremely honored. The rain god nodded at the young man and looked at the old man again. "How is it? I am giving you a great opportunity. Do you want it?" However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. The entire room fell silent. "Can't you see that the rain god is talking? Where did this stupid young man come from? Does he know the rules? Haha." The old man let out a loud laugh. He was laughing at Lin Ling's ignorance, but ignoring the rain god made him feel very happy. Yes. Of course I want it." Then the old man nodded and said. He naturally did not care about Lin Ling's great opportunity. He was just playing along with Lin Ling to anger the rain god and the others to death. As expected, the rain god and the other 2's faces turned cold. "Brat, you have no respect for your elders. Get out of here," the rain god said coldly. He was very displeased with Lin Ling because not only did Lin Ling not worship him, he even dared to ignore him. "Can't you see that I am talking to this old man? Since when is it your turn to speak?" However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Instead, his voice became cold. "What?" Everyone, including the old man, widened their eyes in shock. He thought that Lin Ling was ignorant and ignored the rain god. He did not expect that not only did this young man dare to ignore him, he even dared to threaten him. "Do you know what you are talking about?" The rain god had never met such a person in his life. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling still ignored him and waved his sleeve. A gust of wind surged out and a powerful force rushed towards the rain god and the other two, blowing them out of the room and smashing them to the ground with 3 bangs. Silence. Dead silence. The number 1 god of the rainforest Holy Land was actually chased out by a young man with a wave of his hand. Wasn't the rain god the number 1 expert of the rainforest Holy Land? The old man's pupils were trembling, and he was so scared that he stopped breathing. Too strong. What was going on? Who are you? The old man did not dare to laugh anymore and asked in a trembling voice. Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the old man calmly, his eyes meeting the old man's. Lin Ling. Chapter 4985. The ancient room was extremely silent. The old man stared at Lin Ling. His grandson also stared at Lin Ling with a pale face. Lin Ling smiled and pointed at the old man with his right hand. A ray of golden light shot into the old man's forehead. I'll give you a great opportunity. As for the heavenly book in the statue, I don't need it. After saying that, Lin Ling walked to the front of the door and looked down at the people of rain god Asakusa outside. At this moment, the most powerful people in the rainforest Holy Land were stunned. They were all dumbfounded and could not say a word. You are the number 1 god in the rainforest Holy Land? Lin Ling looked at him calmly. Who are you? The rain god Asakusa asked solemnly. He realized that he could not see through this young man. Lord Rain God, he attacked you sneakily. If you were prepared, he would not have been able to get away with it. The 2 people beside him kept saying. They were very confident in the rain god Asakusa. After all, the strongest person they had seen since they started learning martial arts was the rain god Asakusa. In their hearts, no, in the hearts of the entire rainforest Holy Land, the rain god Asakusa was invincible. I am the number 1 god in the rainforest Holy Land. For you? The rain god Asakusa asked majestically. I'm just a passerby. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head with his hands behind his back. You are the number 1 god, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura pressed down on them. Bang, bang, bang. Even though he did not attack, the aura was too strong. It instantly pressed the 3 of them to the ground. They could not stand up, and they felt like they were suffocating. I am now suppressing you. Do you admit defeat, number 1 god? Lin Ling's voice appeared in their minds at the same time. The 3 of them did not speak. They resisted the aura with all their might. However, it was useless. Crack, 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 crack. Their flesh and blood were trembling. Rumble. Even their dantians were about to explode. I am suppressing you. Do you admit defeat? Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Yes. We admit defeat. In the end, the rain god Asakusa roared. He knew that if he continued to refuse, the 3 of them would be crushed. At least you know your place. Lin Ling nodded and took a step forward. He walked past the 3 of them and walked towards the door. The small courtyard instantly fell silent again. Only the rain goddess Asakusa and the other 2 were lying on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat was dripping from their foreheads like rain. In that short period of time, the 3 of them felt as if they had taken a trip to hell. He was too strong, so strong that they couldn't see through him. It was as if they were facing the heavens. Lord Rain God. And at the door, the old man's grandson stood there, trembling as he looked at the 3 people on the ground. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The legendary Asakusa rain god was defeated by a passerby with a single glance, and he had to admit defeat 3 times. Who exactly was this passerby? Who is he? After a long while, the rain god Asakusa and the other 2 got up. Their faces were pale, and their foreheads were still covered in cold sweat. He is Lin Ling, the owner of the stone sculpture in my house. He is also the most ancient legend in the rainforest, rain god. Compared to him, you are like the hair of a cow. You are not qualified to be compared to him. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded at the same time. At the door, An old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone calmly. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Thinking about what had happened before, he felt that if he was reincarnated, he would be able to become a human again. Lin Ling. When the rain god Asakusa heard this, his heart exploded. As the most powerful god in the rainforest, he had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name. He had even traveled all over the rainforest and found buildings related to Lin Ling in some ancient ruins. However, he had always thought that Lin Ling was just an ancient person. Although he had contributed to the rainforest, his methods were definitely exaggerated. At least, the rain god Asakusa thought that he was not much weaker than the most ancient legend. But now, he finally knew the difference between them. In front of the most ancient legend, he was like a child. Lin Ling. The old man looked into the distance and suddenly kowtowed 3 times. However, the rain god Asakusa sensed that the old man, who was originally as weak as a mortal, was now not much weaker than him. In less than half an hour, he has cultivated an expert who is not weaker than me. The rain god Asakusa laughed bitterly, feeling extremely ashamed. He looked at the old man's grandson, who was standing there in a daze for a long time without saying a word. Suddenly, he looked at the sculpture in the house and suddenly felt that there was indeed such a powerful person in the legends. He was wrong. He should have believed in his grandfather. At this moment, Lin Ling left the rainforest's sacred land step by step. There was nothing left for him to stay here. He arrived at Jojo in 1 step and looked at Jojo. What made him feel helpless was that Jojo had changed a lot. His former friends were all dead. The 3rd princess, his master in Yujo, and so on. However, their descendants were still around, and they still knew what kind of person Lin Ling was. Back then, when I asked them to come to Lei Gong's hall, they didn't come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have exhausted their lifespans. Perhaps this is their fate. Lin Ling sighed softly. He stepped out and arrived at a palace. The palace was ancient and located in Qingzhou. It was the 3rd princess palace. However, after her death, the Azure Emperor of Qingzhou was no longer the 3rd princess. Thus, the 3rd princess bloodline gradually declined. Lin Ling went to the home of the 3rd princess' only successor, left behind some treasures and left. These treasures could greatly increase the 3rd princess' successor's strength, but they wouldn't allow him to soar to the heavens. This was because the treasures had their limits. If the 3rd princess' successor's willpower was exceptional, he could activate the treasures again and increase his strength again. If his goal wasn't high and he only wanted to live a carefree life, the treasures would be sealed forever. After that, Lin Ling also found the successor of his master, the Sea of Constellations, and left behind some treasures. What is this? Is there a deity helping us? Without a doubt, those who received the treasures were all very surprised. They subconsciously looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything. Lin Ling traveled the 9 prefectures. As long as it was an old friend's descendant, he would take care of them and resolve his worries. After a long time, he floated in the sky of the 9 prefectures and looked at the entire universe. I've done what I should do. I have no more regrets about the 9 prefectures void. Lin Ling felt his whole body relax. He activated his divine power and used a powerful method to move the 9 prefectures void. On this day, there was no more light in the 9 prefectures void. The sun and moon disappeared, and the 4 seasons disappeared. Everyone in the 9 prefectures thought that a great calamity had arrived. However, everything returned to normal very quickly. No one could understand. They didn't know that the 9 prefectures void had been moved by Lin Ling into Lin Ling's universe. Next is the 10,000 realms. 10,000 realms is relatively simple, but there are too many realms, so it's more troublesome. Lin Ling looked into the distance again and used a powerful method to move countless realms into Lin Ling's universe. Chapter 4986. Fellow Taoists, increase the great laws of the universe and stabilize the universe. Lin Ling's doppelganger continued to use the great laws to prevent Lin Ling's universe from collapsing. The arrival of the new laws that enveloped Jojo's void and the myriad of worlds gradually stabilized. Gradually, Lin Ling's universe became bigger and bigger, and it was able to compete with the ancient universe. What's left is the void. Lin Ling looked at the vast void and knew that this was the most difficult part because there were too many laws in this void. He had to bring these laws into Lin Ling's universe, control these laws, and change these great laws. Let's begin. Lin Ling rested for a day and once again used a powerful technique to move out of the void universe. This move took a full year. During this year, Lin Ling's universe was in the void of Jojo at first, but it gradually integrated into the void of Lin Ling's universe. The two universes gradually became indistinguishable from each other. However, the great laws of the two universes had to be merged, and this would take a long time. For example, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. For example, the netherworld of hell. Yu and the others also knew what Lin Ling was doing, so they waited quietly for Lin Ling. 3 years later, Lin Ling's universe was completely formed. It was even more magnificent and boundless. Except for Lin Ling, no one could reach the end of the universe. Lin Ling even noticed that after the two universes merged, there was a mysterious gas at the edge of the universe. This seemed to be the primordial qi. Unfortunately, even though Lin Ling was the lord of the universe, he couldn't control this terrifying primordial qi. Of course, with the primordial qi protecting the periphery, Lin Ling's universe was safer. It was difficult for others to break into Lin Ling's universe. I've finally succeeded. Lin Ling's universe no longer has any worries. Now, I only need to bring Lin Ling's universe with me at all times. I reckon it will take some time to reach this step. Lin Ling floated in the universe. Looking at the endless void, an excited smile appeared on his face. This Lin Ling universe will be one of the most powerful aids to Lin Ling in the future. Lin Ling. Brother Ling. At the same time, Yu and the rest flew over and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Should we go back? Lin Ling said to them. Everyone nodded. After staying at home for so long, I suddenly missed those days of fighting. Let's go back. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes surged with battle intent. This was a desire to reach the peak of the universe, the peak of an era. They had already reached the peak of the universe, but they were still a bit away from the end, from eternity, and from being invincible in the universe. Then let's go back. Lin Ling informed Lei Gong and the others to summon the rotten stone. Everyone waited for a moment. Not long after, Lei Gong and the others' voices came. The rotten stone had appeared. Lin Ling and the others communicated with the Tao Reversion Celestial and immediately felt a strange feeling. In the next moment, they all disappeared from Lin Ling's universe. Rumble. Time seemed to have passed for a breath, but it also seemed like a century. Finally, a deafening sound came to their ears. When they looked again, they immediately saw the huge rotten stone beside them sinking into the ground. They were back. They were still under the volcano. Ha, Lin Ling, long time no see. After seeing Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others all walked over happily. Lin Ling and the others had disappeared for many years. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Unfortunately, everyone present was a god. Not to mention a few decades, even a few hundred years was nothing. Your strengths have all increased. Lin Ling looked at Lei Gong and the others and said, Yes, in the past decade, we have been fighting monsters at the bottom of the volcano with the 12-winged Yang God. Our strength has increased. Long Yang smiled and nodded. Her gaze swept across Lin Ling and the others and found that Lin Ling and the others' realm did not increase much, but their state of mind had improved. You have also gained a lot. Long Yang immediately said. Lin Ling and the others all nodded. The state of mind was also related to the growth of a god. If there was a knot in the heart, their cultivation would be affected because of it. On the contrary, if they opened their mind and merged with the universe's great Tao, their realm would increase faster and they would comprehend more divine power. Thank you, 12-winged Yang God. Then, Lin Ling looked at the blonde woman and said, No need, I happen to need to detoxify myself. This place is very safe, so I will cultivate here. The 12-winged Yang God shook his head and smiled. Lin Ling, we should go back. After a conversation, Lei Gong suggested. Lin Ling nodded and said to the 12-winged Yang God, after this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again, but in the future, if there is anything we need help with, just say the word. We will definitely help. Everyone is the same. The 12-winged Yang God nodded and exchanged voice transmission jade talismans with each other. Then they bid farewell and left. Lin Ling and the others left first. The 12-winged Yang God was still cultivating at the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling and the others were running toward the Yellow Emperor. After they walked out of the volcano, they immediately attracted the attention of countless lizards below. They shook their bodies and attacked. However, Lin Ling and the others' strength had increased greatly. In addition, they were not as fearful as before, so they attacked and finally rushed out of the lizards' encirclement. Next, they reached the swamp ocean. However, the ocean that had once blocked them did not affect them much now. Lin Ling no longer needed to be a boatman. Shengyi's Donghuang Bell could now block those maggots. Shengyi led the group through the sky. Along the way, they encountered a Dao crocodile. Everyone attacked together, and before the Dao crocodile floated up, they immediately smashed it to the ground. Everyone moved forward like this, incomparably happy. It was as if the second level could no longer stop them. After a long time, they arrived at the hot spring area where the Yellow Emperor was. After asking around, they found out that the Yellow Emperor and the others had gone out to search for the Tai Sui Lingji. Lin Ling had someone send a voice transmission to the Yellow Emperor. Next, they waited quietly in the hot spring area. The days of waiting were undoubtedly the happiest days for everyone because everyone had abandoned cultivation. Every day, they drank wine and chatted wittily, living an incomparably happy life. Perhaps they all knew that they had conquered the second level, but after reaching the third level, a new battle would inevitably come. At that time, they would definitely not be as relaxed as they were now. The Dao Tower was the place that gods yearned for the most. Whoever could reach the top of the Dao Tower would be able to control the magnificent Dao realm and become the most ancient giant god of the universe in one step. After another period of time, the Yellow Emperor and the others finally returned. After some discussion, everyone decided to go to the third level. Now, apart from Lin Ling's group, the Yellow Emperor and the others' strength had greatly increased. Although the third level might have people from the rotten race eyeing it covetously. But if they wanted to become stronger, the third level was clearly the only path. This trip might be a narrow escape, but since everyone has chosen this path, they must be mentally prepared. The Yellow Emperor said to everyone. He was the person with the highest cultivation among them, so he had a feeling. Chapter 4987. Everyone nodded. In fact, many of them had a feeling that if they continued to advance to the third level, they would be in great danger. However, they still resolutely moved forward. There were no shortcuts on the road to becoming stronger. Danger was indispensable. Secondly, they also had a feeling that although the third level of the Dao Pagoda was dangerous, it was not certain that they would die. It was just a narrow escape. Even if it was their only life, they chose to fight. All right, everyone, get ready. The Yellow Emperor looked at the sky and punched out. The sky rumbled, and endless ripples bloomed. Then, a seemingly endless pile of rotten rocks fell down. Going to the third level requires 50 million Tao realm fragments. However, everyone has been on the second level for so long, so I guess you are all prepared. Now, use your celestial Dao restoration tablets. The Yellow Emperor's voice drifted out, and all the gods floated back to avoid the falling rotten stone. At this moment, everyone's emotions surged. Were they going to enter the third level? Rumble. The rotten stone did not touch any gods. After it fell to the ground, it gradually sank. Lin Ling and the others rushed to the edge of the rotten stone, took out their celestial Dao restoration tablets, and sensed the third level. The Tao realm fragments in their celestial Dao restoration tablets began to disappear. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Yellow Emperor. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, nervous and excited. The third level was an unknown place. Except for a limited number of people, no one knew what dangers there were. Linling, the third level, is the city of myriad gods. After entering, everyone will be separated. Leave each other's voice transmission talismans and find an opportunity to gather together. The city of myriad gods is because the third level has 99 cities. Only by occupying a city can you obtain supreme resources and break through to the next level. Our only goal is to occupy a city. The Yellow Emperor's voice entered everyone's ears. Linling and the others nodded. Their bodies were scattered, turned into endless light, and scattered like golden dust. A tornado swept out, carrying endless golden dust. It turned into a vortex and surged into the sky. From afar, the sky was bright and incomparably beautiful. Someone went to the third floor. I heard that it's even more cruel there. Endless deities gather there, and the great battle is incomparably intense. That is the divine battlefield. In the distance, everyone who witnessed this scene was incomparably envious. The 4 great ancient emperors, including the newly ascended Linling, made a total of 5 ancient emperors. As they led their own people to the third level, the commotion was naturally huge. After a long time, the golden light gradually dissipated. On the third level, large amounts of golden light appeared. Apart from Linling and the others, there were also gods from other places. The golden dust swirled around the ground like butterflies and gradually began to condense. The golden powder reassembled as if it was formed by the great laws of the universe. Before long, powerful deities descended one after another. Gods who had the confidence to reach the third level were all giant gods of the universe. Even if they were superior gods, they had the battle record of killing a giant god of the universe. Otherwise, no one would dare to come to the third level. This was because the third level could allow gods to grow faster, but it also meant that the danger was greater. Cities were the goal of all gods. Regardless of whether they joined or occupied, there would be great benefits. On an ancient hill, the golden powder condensed. After a few hours, it finally turned into a young man. And he was Linling. Brother Ling. After Linling appeared, many voices came from the voice transmission talisman. They were from Yu, Lei Gong, and the others. Moreover, they had been shouting for more than 2 hours. I've entered. Linling immediately replied to them. Linling, your strength is too strong. Therefore, after entering, it took even longer to condense. Until now, Lord Yellow Emperor still hasn't arrived. He's still condensing. Ignored voices came at the same time. Linling, where are you? I'm with Yu, Emperor Shun, and the others. Emperor Jun's voice came at the same time. I'm with Lei Gong and the others. However, Emperor Zhuanshu seems to be alone. Voices came from the others one after another. Linling looked around and smiled bitterly. I guess I'm alone now. It seems that the stronger the person, the more likely they are to be alone. I guess Lord Yellow Emperor was alone at the beginning. However, it's better if we meet up as soon as possible. Disregarding voices that could not be heard, they kept ringing out. Moreover, Lei Gong, Xingyi, and Sakra's voices kept coming. Apart from them, there were also many gods in the tombs of the 5 emperors. Linling felt a headache coming. Because he was one of the 5 emperors, he was the pillar of support for everyone. Therefore, there were too many people contacting him. Right now, we're not familiar with this place. Let's figure out the location first and then think of a way to meet up. Linling said after pondering for a while. Everyone responded. Linling put away the voice transmission talisman and looked around. He realized that he was in a huge plain. In the distance, there were flashes of light from time to time. Large numbers of gods were flying. Compared to the first and second level, things here seemed to be more free. There were no natural dangers. City of myriad gods. Linling remembered what the Yellow Emperor had said. He knew that the danger on this level was not from the Tao Pagoda, but from the gods themselves. Everyone is fighting for the city. What is so attractive about this city? Linling secretly guessed as he walked down the hill. However, he discovered that the bottom of the hill was filled with tombstones. Tomb of the Sun Lord, Tomb of Tianwu, Tomb of the Mad Wave Ancestor. The tombstone lay alone on the ground. Not far away, there was a huge snow maple tree. When the wind blew, countless snow maple flowers fell. The white petals scattered all over the ground and landed on the tombstone. It was as if they were telling of the glory of their master. The sea turned into mulberry fields, endless years. The former god of war, the god who created the world, now lay here forever. Cemetery? Lin Ling frowned and walked forward step by step. Then he saw a small house beside the snow maple tree. An old man was planting vegetables beside the house. The old man's hair was white and his back was hunched. He looked old and senile, as if he would die of old age at any moment. His every movement was very slow, giving off a strange feeling. Lin Ling also noticed that this old man did not have any divine essence in his body. He was like a mortal. How could a mortal appear on the third level of the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling was shocked. He walked down the hill, but the further he went, the more tombstones he saw. It was so grand that he couldn't see the end of it. Tombstones were inserted into the ground either vertically or diagonally, as if they were weapons. Lin Ling took a detour and walked along the tombstones toward the old man. Chapter 4988. That's right. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. He picked up the hoe beside him and helped the old man farm. During this process, the old man didn't say anything and continued to work swiftly. What a strange person. Although Lin Ling was farming, the suspicions in his heart grew even more. Young man, are you curious why there's an old mortal man like me in this land of gods? At this time, the old man finally spoke, but his tone wasn't as cold as before. It was more human. That's right. Lin Ling replied, not bothering to hide anything. I'm actually a tomb keeper responsible for guarding the tombstones here. I've seen many gods like you here, so I've long gotten used to it. I reckon it won't be long before the tombstones here have your name on them. The old man smiled. Lin Ling remained silent and continued to farm. The gods who die on the third level will enter the underworld and never be reincarnated. If they want to come back, they have to bring their Dao to the celestial realm into the underworld and protect their Dao to the celestial realm. Only then can they be reincarnated. After a full 2 hours, the old man muttered to himself, Dao to the celestial realm? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he asked curiously, what happens to the things on a person's body after they die? If you can protect your Dao to the celestial realm, everything will be in your Dao to the celestial realm. If not, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The old man finally looked at Lin Ling and smiled, revealing his sparse teeth. After saying that, he put down the hoe, picked some vegetables, and went into the house to rest. If you want to rest, you can stay in the room next door for the night. The old man's voice came at the same time. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to leave. He believed that any god who came to the third level for the first time would definitely not want to see such inauspicious things. Moreover, he reckoned that Lin Ling would be the first to appear beside the tombstones. However, Lin Ling pondered and didn't leave in the end. He had a feeling that the Dao Pagoda had arranged for him to appear in the cemetery for a reason. Perhaps this was fate. That night, Lin Ling rested in the cemetery. At night, the cemetery was very quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Even if Lin Ling had experienced a great deal in these past few years and had even wandered through the netherworld and hell, he still felt extremely strange, and it was as if he'd been affected. Lin Ling knew that the loneliness of the tombstone had affected him. He found it hard to imagine who would spend the night in the mausoleum other than the tomb keeper. Perhaps they would all leave at night. As for the old man, Lin Ling wasn't sure if he was a god or a mortal. The night passed just like that. Lin Ling did not sleep much, nor did he cultivate. At dawn, the sound of crying came from the graveyard, and the smell of burning paper money wafted over. Moreover, the cries were increasing. Lin Ling looked through the window and saw that in front of some tombstones, there were people kneeling and praying. They were crying very sadly. So what if you're a god? In the end, you're still a human. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. He knew that these people were here to pay respects to the dead. At dawn, the people who were praying finally left. Lin Ling also pushed open the door and went out. Although the sun was charming outside, the petals of the snow maple tree were still sprinkling down, causing the cemetery to still give off a gloomy feeling. The sunlight seemed to be gloomy and cold. Lin Ling sat in front of the hut and looked indifferently at the tombstones. For some reason, he thought of his friends who had died in the void of the 9 states, and also thought of the people he had killed over the years. Little friend, there are people who come here to pay respects every day. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish it when they were alive. What's the use of worrying about it after death? It was unknown when the old man had appeared beside Lin Ling. Then he went to farm again. Lin Ling also chose to help. After a long time, at noon, Yu and the others sent a voice transmission, asking how Lin Ling was doing. Only then did Lin Ling plan to leave. Little friend, if you want to keep your Tao regression to heaven position, then use your Tao regression to heaven position as your tombstone. If you die first, then you can bring your Tao regression to heaven position into the underworld. Just as Lin Ling was about to leave, the old man's voice suddenly floated over. Lin Ling's body shook as he looked at the old man in disbelief. He realized that the old man was still farming, as if he hadn't spoken before. He couldn't understand why the old man said this to him. Was it because he was helping the old man farm? Or was it because he had spent the night here? However, it was too dangerous to leave his Tao regression to heaven position here. After all, there was only one Tao regression to heaven position for each person. It represented the gods. If he stayed here, he might not be able to return after leaving. Moreover, what if the old man destroyed his Tao regression to heaven position? In addition, Lin Ling's Tao regression to heaven position still had some treasures. Was the old man a liar who wanted to cheat his Tao regression to heaven position? I am the host body of the world's will. Even if I die, I can be reincarnated. It can't be said that I will turn into ashes. Why leave my Tao regression to heaven position here? Lin Ling shook his head and strode away. As he left, Lin Ling also heard the old man's soft sigh. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward. Occasionally, he would look back at the old man and found that the old man was still planting vegetables as if he didn't care about anything. Moreover, as Lin Ling walked further and further away, he discovered that the old man seemed to have disappeared. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The old man gave Lin Ling the feeling that he was a tombstone, not a person. This old man is too strange. A person guarding a tomb, and a mortal at that. How is this possible? The Tao Pagoda follows the law of the jungle. In order to become stronger, any method will be used. That old man probably set a trap to deliberately trick people. It's better to avoid such a strange person. Lin Ling walked further and further away. However, after walking for 2 hours, Lin Ling pondered for a long time and finally walked back. For some reason, after leaving the mausoleum, there was always a voice in his heart shouting for him to put the tombstone in the mausoleum. If he did, Lin Ling would be equivalent to dying. Lin Ling didn't know why he had this feeling, but he finally believed in his intuition. Moreover, he sped up, afraid that he would miss something, and soon returned to the mausoleum. From afar, Lin Ling saw that the old man was still planting vegetables, but he had a feeling that he would disappear at any time. Senior, I plan to place the Tao regression to heaven position here as a tombstone. After Lin Ling arrived, he was the first to speak. The old man was still planting vegetables as if he didn't hear Lin Ling's words. After a moment, he raised his head and pointed to an open space in the distance. Put the Tao regression to heaven position there as a tombstone. Remember to write your name so that when you come back, you won't be able to find your way. His voice was very gloomy, causing Lin Ling to shudder. He didn't speak. According to the old man's instructions, he came to an open space and then set up a tombstone. Lin Ling's tomb. Under the tombstone, he buried his Tao regression to heaven position. After doing all this, Lin Ling's mood was somewhat complicated. After glancing at the tombstone, he smiled bitterly and said, I, Lin Ling, am also a dead man. Then he slowly walked away. However, when he looked in front of the hut, The old man had disappeared at some point. The clean and tidy hut yesterday was now full of cobwebs and dust. The field that was originally full of vegetables was now overgrown with weeds. Lin Ling's body trembled. How strange. Chapter 4989. It's gone. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He spread his soul power and searched everywhere. Unfortunately, he could only sense a lonely grave. Lin Ling stood there in a daze for a long time before finally leaving the cemetery. When he walked further and further away, he looked back and found that the cemetery was still quiet and devoid of life. Only the huge snow maple tree kept sprinkling petals. Suddenly, Lin Ling had a feeling that the old man seemed to be the snow maple tree. I didn't expect to be buried there for the rest of my life. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and gradually disappeared into the distance. Brother Ling, where are you? Yu Yu's voice kept coming. I still don't know the specific location of this place. I need to find a passerby to know. Lin Ling also replied. Then, he learned that Yu Yu and the others were in the east of a place called Great Void City. Where was Great Void City? Lin Ling was confused and could only continue forward helplessly. It didn't take long for him to meet a total of 5 gods from the pathway. Fellow cultivator, wait. Lin Ling hurriedly transmitted his voice over. Unfortunately, those gods glanced at Lin Ling and didn't attack or stay. They flew away disdainfully. This wasn't the second level after all. They wouldn't attack without benefits. However, there was a competition for benefits on this level, and the killing was even crazier than on the second level. Those bastards! Seeing that they were getting further and further away, Lin Ling cursed and almost wanted to attack. However, he had just arrived at the 3rd level, and he had heard that there were countless experts here. He didn't want to cause any trouble for the time being. Everything was to find Yu Yu and the others. Lin Ling continued forward and encountered a few more waves of gods. However, after asking Lin Ling, they either disdained to pay attention to him or gave a casual answer, saying that this was the area of the Ocean Holy City. What Ocean Holy City? Lin Ling didn't understand at all. As he continued forward, Lin Ling also encountered rotten race gods. There were many of them, and they emitted a fishy smell. These scavengers captured all the gods they encountered along the way and interrogated them. Although he wasn't as arrogant as when he was on the 2nd floor and dared to kill people as he pleased, his attitude was still arrogant. Not them. Scram. They seem to be looking for someone. Could it be that the rotten gods know that we are here and are looking for us? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he dodged the gods and flew in another direction. His heart was heavy. If Yu Yu's group was discovered by the rotten race's gods, then things would become troublesome. After all, the rotten race's gods were very powerful. Last time, only 3 of them were dispatched. That was enough to force the Yellow Emperor's entire army. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city was majestic, as if it was floating in the sea. This was because a vast sea suddenly appeared on the ground, but the sea was very calm. City of myriad gods? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't enter the city immediately. Instead, he observed carefully. Soon after, he discovered that there were 99 mysterious pillars under the sea that went straight to the bottom of the giant city, providing a powerful spiritual chi. Grand Mist Spiritual Chi. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the 99 pillars were actually gaseous Grand Mist Spiritual Chi. Grand Mist Spiritual Chi was the most powerful energy Lin Ling could not see through. Now, this was the first time he saw someone using Grand Mist Spiritual Chi to cultivate. The 3rd layer has 99 City of Myriad Gods. It's a place that military strategists will fight for. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Ling was curious as he flew toward the Holy Ocean City in the center of the sea. Soon after, Lin Ling discovered that the Holy Ocean City was indestructible. It was supported by the Grand Mist Spiritual Chi. However, the Grand Mist Spiritual Chi at the bottom of the sea was controlled and distributed to every corner of the city. Some places had more, some had less. We've arrived at the City of Myriad Gods. We can use treasures to exchange for cultivation time. It's said that if there are enough treasures, one can greatly advance from the king level to the saint level. Furthermore, one's deity energy will be doubled. Yes, I came here because of its reputation. Doubling one's deity energy is too hard to come by. I've been stuck at the king level for many years. Now, there's finally hope for a breakthrough. Voices came from all around. Many gods were very excited. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he was shocked. These cities of myriad gods actually had such power. They could allow a god's strength to advance by one realm. No wonder gods only wanted to occupy one city. One had to know that not every god could smoothly break through. Some could not even break through in their lifetime. But here, miracles could be created. However, Lin Ling felt that something was wrong. Here, only one realm could be broken through. This meant that after breaking through, the city would no longer be of any help. Perhaps this was the disadvantage. Moreover, there was another disadvantage to the city of myriad gods. For example, some gods were just a little bit away from breaking through. They might be able to break through by relying on their own treasures. But to be safe, they came to the city of myriad gods to exchange treasures for cultivation time. Without a doubt, they would suffer a loss. Of course, there were very few such gods. After all, it was difficult for most gods to break through. Stop. Do you have any treasures? Otherwise, you're not allowed to enter the city. There were more than a dozen doors in the Holy Ocean City. When Lin Ling entered one of the doors, a giant god of the universe stopped Lin Ling. But Lin Ling felt that these giant gods of the universe were not very strong. He estimated that they only had tens of billions of divine energy on them. And he has a sword on him. It seems to be of a high level. He also has a pair of mysterious boots. There aren't many treasures on him. Suddenly, one of the gods laughed and said, a mirror appeared in his hand. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he used the mirror to look at Lin Ling. What was surprising was that this mirror could detect the treasures on Lin Ling's body. This made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. What a heaven-defying treasure. Didn't this mean that all his secrets had been seen through? How strange. He also has a lot of power on him. It's all messy. Moreover, his fingers are very mysterious. Another god said with a frown. Lin Ling's expression became more and more unsightly. It seemed that his secrets had been dug out. One had to know that every god had their own secrets, and they did not like others to pry into them. This was an unwritten rule. Lin Ling looked around and realized that everyone who entered the city was the same. Their entire bodies were searched. Although they were dissatisfied, they endured it for the sake of entering the city to cultivate. This holy ocean city is indeed tyrannical. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. The treasures on you are not bad. How long do you want to cultivate? At this moment, a god finally walked over and asked. A piece of paper appeared in his hand. He looked at the paper and said, the power in your body is very strange and chaotic. If you let the sacred city examine you for 1 day, you can cultivate for 10 days. If you let the sacred city examine you for 10 days, you can cultivate for 10 days. If you let the holy city search for a day, you can cultivate for 10 days. It's worth it. If you let the holy city inspect the boots on your feet for 1 day, you can cultivate for 3 days, multiplying 1 by 3. If the holy city investigates the sword you are wearing for a day, you can cultivate your body and multiply it by 2. Chapter 4990. Your Excellency, this is a rare opportunity. It's just an inspection, but you have so many days of cultivation. The god laughed again. Sure enough, the gods around him were envious. After all, they could enter the holy city of the ocean to cultivate, and most of them exchanged treasures for it. But they didn't know that Lin Ling's remaining treasures were all in the celestial regression realm. He didn't have many on him. In fact, there weren't many left in the celestial regression realm. I'll cultivate for 2 hours. At this moment, Lin Ling made a decision. What a joke! He was full of secrets. He had Panga's finger, the power of the world's will, and the chaos divine formula. How could he let others inspect him so easily? The god's face turned cold when he heard this. He walked back and whispered a few words to the others. After that, he walked back and said, "We miscalculated. The treasures you have can only last for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. After all, they are all low-grade treasures." Thinks, 3 hours? Lin Ling's face turned cold. He knew that these people were doing it on purpose. "Your Excellency, why don't you leave a treasure for the holy city to inspect? Don't worry, the holy city is the most fair. If we say that we will inspect for 1 day, we will definitely not be late. We won't be greedy for your treasures." The god said again. Lin Ling pondered. Now, he wanted to meet up with Yu and the others. He had to get the map of the 3rd level. Asking people outside wouldn't help him in the short term. "Okay, I'll leave my boots here." Lin Ling finally handed over the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. This was one of the 10 great chaos divine weapons. Lin Ling should have handed over the sword. After all, the sword was worth less than the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. However, Lin Ling was a swordsman. With the sword, he was with him. "Okay." Seeing that Lin Ling had finally compromised, the god smiled and accepted Lin Ling's Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Then he handed Lin Ling a token and said calmly, "This token records the time. Remember, come to the gate in 3 days to exchange for these boots. If the time expires, then these boots belong to the holy city. Of course, you can cultivate for a longer time, a full 3 days. 3 years." Lin Ling immediately took the token and entered the city. His eyes turned cold, knowing that Oceanic Saint City had monopolized the city of myriad gods. That was why they dared to act so tyrannically. It was hard to imagine how many treasures this city had accumulated over the years. What they had paid was merely the amount of primordial chi. Moreover, the primordial chi did not belong to them, but was something that came from the 3rd floor. No wonder all the deities want to seize the city. Lin Ling felt a little jealous in his heart. He wished he could seize a city. When he entered the city, he found that it was no different from an ordinary city. There were streets and alleys, restaurants and inns, and everything that one could think of. As for the gods, they could choose to cultivate or not. However, their cultivation was progressing rapidly. Lin Ling even sensed that his cultivation was advancing towards the peak at an incomparably fast speed. Moreover, the 8 divine embryos were also rapidly improving. Apart from that, his divine power was also increasing. Cultivating in the city was indeed no small matter. Unfortunately, the only flaw was that it could only be raised by 1 level. Otherwise, there was no need to go to the 4th floor. One could become the strongest here. The 1st floor has endless treasures. The 2nd floor raises one's talent. The 3rd floor raises one's all-round strength. This is the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling walked around casually. In Oceanic Saint City, all food and drinks were free. It was incomparably good to the passers-by. Only Lin Ling knew that those food and drinks were nothing compared to the treasures handed over by the gods. Of course, apart from food and drinks, many things were also free. Lin Ling walked around for half a day and finally found the map. The map was also free. It recorded a large number of the city of myriad gods, covering the entire 3rd floor. With the map in hand, Lin Ling felt that there was no need to stay any longer. He went to the city gate, intending to take back the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Unfortunately, he was told that once the treasure was taken, it would have to be put away for at least a day. This made Lin Ling secretly angry. What an overbearing Oceanic Saint City. With no other choice, Lin Ling had to stay in Oceanic Saint City. At night, he entered the square prison to talk with Guang Qingzi. "I haven't been to the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda, but you have to be careful. You are now full of treasures. You are most afraid that Oceanic Saint City will go back on their word." Guang Qingzi reminded Lin Ling after pondering for a while. In fact, Lin Ling had thought about this point, but he had never thought that Oceanic Saint City would dare to do such a thing. If they kill and rob, then who would come to Oceanic Saint City? Lin Ling said, "That's not necessarily true." Guang Qingzi shook his head. "You don't know the yearning of the gods to improve their realm. Even if they know that Oceanic Saint City is not safe, they will still come. However, as long as they don't have any treasures worthy of Oceanic Saint City, Oceanic Saint City will not touch them. And you have too many treasures. So, if Oceanic Saint City kills you, even if other gods know, they will not care. What's more, Oceanic Saint City may not let others know. After hearing what Guangqingzi said, Lin Ling also felt that things were a bit troublesome. Oceanic Saint City was like a bandit's nest. Once they entered, there would be endless trouble. The best way is to immediately take away the Quafu's sun-chasing boots and leave by force. Guangqingzi suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Although it was dangerous to do so, if Oceanic Saint City was prepared, Lin Ling would be in even more danger. Instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative. It's still early. Let's go take a look at my Quafu's sun-chasing boots and find a way to take it away before leaving here. Lin Ling made up his mind and left the inn. When he left, he also felt that someone was watching him, afraid that he would escape. It seems that Oceanic Saint City's ambition is not just a mere Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Lin Ling's pupils became colder. He laughed, drank his wine, and swaggered out of the inn. Oceanic Saint City is simply a paradise. Not only is food and drink free, but you can also improve your cultivation without cultivating. Haha, I will be staying here for a few more years. Lin Ling shouted as he walked. Immediately, beautiful women came up and supported Lin Ling. The people who were secretly watching him thought that Lin Ling was addicted to Oceanic Saint City. This was not surprising. Most gods would be addicted to Oceanic Saint City for the first time. After all, without cultivating, one's strength could improve rapidly. Who would not be happy to come here? Lin Ling held a beautiful woman in each hand and strolled around the street. Finally, he entered a gambling house and began to gamble. When he was drunk and full, Lin Ling lay down casually in the gambling house and seemed to have fallen asleep. It seems that he is really addicted to Oceanic Saint City's fireworks. Let's go back. The beautiful women seemed to be accompanying Lin Ling, but in fact, they were supervising him. When they saw that Lin Ling was drunk and asleep, they were relieved. Chapter 4991. The Quafu sun-chasing boots were one of the 10 great chaos divine weapons. After being refined by Lin Ling for so many years, he had already developed a sense for it. Following the sense, Lin Ling naturally found the Quafu sun-chasing boots. Lin Ling believed that even if he was the one who got it, he wouldn't be able to control the Quafu sun-chasing boots in a short period of time. Not long after, a luxurious mansion appeared in front of him. The mansion was heavily guarded with a large number of cosmic laws, making it difficult for people to get close. Damn it, there are so many formation patterns and they are all formed by cosmic laws. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was difficult for him to get close. Left with no choice, he could only enter the square prison and seek help from Guangqingzi. These spirit formation runes are indeed powerful. I reckon that the original owner of these runes was a god on par with me, or even stronger than me. However, that god isn't on this floor right now, so it won't be difficult to decipher them. Guangqingzi sensed the formation patterns around him and passed down the way to break them to Lin Ling. After a long time, Lin Ling came out from the square prison. His eyes flickered and he shouted, "Golden cicada, coiling dragon, forbidden scroll." His hands continued to draw formations and slapped on his body. A coiling dragon swam out from the void and circled around Lin Ling before disappearing into Lin Ling's body. After the coiling dragon gradually disappeared, a golden light flickered, and a golden cicada quietly appeared. Its wings fluttered slightly as if it was stretching. Then, it also wanted to disappear into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling took a deep breath and quietly approached the mansion. There were many formations around the mansion, and these formations carried the smell of cosmic laws. However, when Lin Ling came closer, these cosmic laws acted as if they didn't see Lin Ling and allowed Lin Ling to enter and exit. What a powerful formation! Lin Ling looked around as he walked, and he realized that the air around him was flowing as if there were small universes hidden within. Even if it was dust, there were actually living beings, and they were dust universes. Most importantly, there were so many universes here. All of this proved that the god who had set up these barriers was extremely powerful. With the protection of the light on his body, Lin Ling had a smooth journey. He entered the main hall of the mansion, but there was no one there. Lin Ling continued forward and finally arrived at the back garden of the mansion. He saw a large number of gods standing there. These people were all wearing silver armor, and there was a crescent moon above their heads. They quietly stood there without moving, vigilantly looking at their surroundings. And in the center, a pool of bright moonlight floated in the air, sprinkling down cold moonlight onto an altar. It was very beautiful. There was an old man lying on the altar. He was wearing a long silver robe and his white hair was casually scattered. He gave off a feeling of holiness. In front of him was a young man. His face was cold as he raised a dagger high up in the air. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was silently chanting something. What is this? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. This is the Silver Moon clan. Guang Qingzi's voice floated out from the square prison. They are also a very ancient universe god clan. According to legend, they are the incarnations of the universe's moon. Even Chang is said to be their successor. This god race had disappeared for many years. Together with the sun god race, they are both equally famous. Another ancient universe god clan. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He roughly swept his gaze around and discovered that there were a total of 49 gods, and all of them were king-level universe gods. Judging from their auras, they weren't weak, and their deity powers were close to 1,000. Looking at the silver-robed young man in front of the altar, his strength was comparable to the surrounding gods, but it was obvious that he was wearing a crown on his head. This young man seemed to be their leader. My boots are over there. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a corner and found the Kua Fu sun-chasing boots. It was placed together with a pile of treasures, and those treasures were all extraordinary. I reckon those treasures are the same as your Kua Fu sun-chasing boots, Guang Qingzi reminded. They are all treasures that need to be searched. Now, while they are dealing with other matters, we can seize the treasures and immediately escape the city. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that once they took action and exposed themselves, it would lead to an earth-shattering battle. Wait, something is wrong. However, Lin Ling suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, logically speaking, those treasures are all extraordinary. That young man should immediately search for them, but he left them aside and is instead doing something on the altar. You are saying that the items on the altar are more attractive to him than the treasures on the ground? Guang Qingzi also sensed something. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Let's be careful. He quietly spread out his soul power and cautiously searched. At this moment, the silver-robed young man raised his dagger high, but he seemed to have sensed something and didn't immediately attack. He stood motionless, as if he was also searching for something. However, there was nothing in the surroundings other than his own people. Am I overthinking things? But my intuition has always been very accurate. The young man muttered to himself. Lin Ling didn't know that the young man had sensed something and was still searching. Then, his expression changed drastically. Taoist myriad treasures. Taoist myriad treasures? Guang Qingzi was immediately puzzled. One of the hosts of the world's will. Lin Ling's voice was grave. A host of the world's will? That Silver Moon man can't be thinking of seizing the world's will through the altar ceremony, right? Guang Qingzi gasped. But the Silver Moon clan has always been good at ceremonies. Perhaps he can really succeed. Once he gets the world's will, he will become a host and have a limitless future. Guang Qingzi was also shocked by the Silver Moon clan's plan. Taoist myriad treasures is not weak. It's not difficult for him to defeat an ordinary giant god of the universe, but he was still captured. This shows how powerful the Silver Moon clan is. It seems that our mission has become more troublesome. Not only do we have to take away the Kua Fu sun-chasing boots, but we also have to save Taoist myriad treasures. Taoist myriad treasures. Lin Ling couldn't just watch Taoist myriad treasures die here. Then let's attack. If we catch him off guard, we still have a chance. Guang Qingzi nodded. Lin Ling stared at the altar and finally decided to get the Quafu sun-chasing boots first. This way, his speed would be greatly increased, and the difficulty of saving Taoist myriad treasures would also be reduced. Attack! Seeing that the sky was dark, Lin Ling knew that this was the best opportunity. He revealed himself, and a coiling dragon and golden cicada appeared on his body and exploded. This was because the golden cicada coiling dragon forbidden scroll was a barrier technique that restricted the power of gods. Once the power of gods exploded, he would instantly disappear. Who is it? The gods around were all experts, and they instantly sensed something. However, Lin Ling had already pounced on a pile of treasures in the corner. With a grab, all the treasures were collected by him. Then, he grabbed the Quafu sun-chasing boots with his right hand and threw them toward the altar. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot forward. Midway, the Quafu sun-chasing boots automatically stabbed into his legs. With this, his speed increased sharply, and he rushed to the side of the altar and slashed with the tyrant's song. Clang! There seemed to be nothing on the altar, but in fact, there were moonlight chains. However, they were all cut off by Lin Ling. The young man stood beside the altar with his dagger raised high. He witnessed Lin Ling's actions. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.